roll call because we have many of the members on Zoom. Vice Chair Clays.
Here.
Senator Francisco. Here. Senator Hawk.
Here.
Senator Struble. Representative Akla.
Present. Here.
Okay, the next one is Representative Wsu.
Here.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Here.
Okay, well, thank you and good morning. First item we have is the approval of the minutes from September 22nd, 2020 meeting.
I move approval of the minutes.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Clays to approve the minutes.
Second, Senator Hawk.
Second by Senator Hawk. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, we'll call roll on these votes. Vice Chair Clays.
Aye.
Senator Francisco. Aye. Senator Hawk.
Aye.
Senator McGinn. Aye. Senator Struble. Representative Akala.
Aye.
Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
Okay, the next item we have is change orders, and we have Frank Burnham, Director of Facilities and Property Management. Good morning, Frank.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep my mask on unless you have trouble hearing me. First change order, and I believe these have all been emailed out to the members of the committee. This is a formality per statute that any change order over $125,000 be brought before this committee for advisory, and then we would approve that change order. The first change order is the Kansas Commission of Veterans Administration. This is for the Kansas Soldiers Home out of Fort Dodge. There's a change order amount, change order number 1 of $138,240 for the Halsey Hall kitchen remodel. This is for a temporary kitchen mobile unit that had to be brought in order to continue to operate. And the anticipated cost was greater than what they had originally budgeted for. Or had put into their contract. However, their budget will cover this amount, so they're not asking for additional funding. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Frank? Okay. Do we need to approve this? Thank you, Frank. We'll move on to the next item.
Moving on, the next change order is for the Adjutant General's Department for the Fort Leavenworth 35th Infantry or Readiness Center. Change order number 4 is in the amount of $503,000, and it is for additional metal lockers, casework, and security improvements to a portion of the facility. At the time of bidding, they did not know if they would have enough money to support that. Again, they have now value engineered that in. This is federal funds, so it would have no impact or request on state funding. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions on the extra funds? Seeing none. Frank, if you want to continue.
Now moving on to the Department of Administration, Office of Facilities and Property Management, 5-year capital improvement plan. First item, I guess I did send an electronic version of my testimony, and I assume that's been distributed to the members that are not present. I will kind of go over some of these items. First item is typically we update the building condition assessment report every year. That's on page 3 of the document. That's something that's conducted in the spring. In light of what's transpired this year and the availability of staff, that item was not updated this year, but will be updated next year. Just an explanation there. We don't update the information until the actual project is complete. So those numbers change slightly. So given this will be a 2-year, we probably will see significant changes in those numbers when I appear before you next time. Department of Administration Facilities continues to rely heavily on adequate rehabilitation funding through our repair. We were fortunate this last fiscal year to have full funding restored to $3.4 million. We were able to get a very good head start prior to the COVID disruption with our engineering consultants and our projects, and was able to get a lot of work underway. That work has continued, and we have also benefited from the low bids that have come in even during this pandemic here locally. And with the buildings being partially or not occupied, we've been able to actually accomplish quite a bit with the resources we have while still maintaining safety and social distancing of our staff. I always like to give you a brief update of kind of how we're spending that money. So in the written testimony, there's a significant projects listed under FY20 that's finished up since the last time we gave this presentation. In 2021, these are projects that have completed now or are currently in progress. A couple that I'll call your attention to. The air handler replacements. Those have become a significant need for us now as we start to evaluate indoor air quality. So we were able to step that up this year and actually do 2 units per building because we've got it down to a prototype, almost a science, where we can pre-order these devices the previous fiscal year and be ready to start implementing installation immediately after receiving those. So as we move forward in fiscal years 22, that is something we hope to continue to improve upon and try to get as many as 3 to 4 units per building if possible. Obviously, that's seasonal work. There's one freight elevator that goes up to the tower. And so anything we can do to continue to fund those projects and keep those ones moving forward, I think those are critical at this time.
What page are you on?
Sorry, this is part of the worksheet here. You'll see under FY21 bullet point number 4, we replaced 2 air handlers in each building. And as we move forward in FY22, we expect to increase that number. We've also completed the elevator modernization of the Lansing building. That was about a 2-year project. You'll see in fiscal year 22, we'll be asking to upgrade the Curtis building and the garage over there. The Eisenhower restroom tower remodel, that's one that I've mentioned the last 3 years. That will be wrapping up this year. We'll be completing all 14 floors. And then a little bit about the docking projects. Our approach has been to focus solely on the utility plant and what we need to do in order to continue to maintain and operate that during this time where we really don't know yet what our plan will be moving forward. So this year we are procuring one of the 400-ton chillers. As you may recall, those chillers are 1992. We replaced 2 of them in 2012, but we had 3 of them that were still 92 or older. They're about $450,000 a piece, so we will be replacing one of those yet this fiscal year. We will have that installed before the summer. And that particular chiller actually will operate the State House because we do maintain some cooling while we're in heating season for this building only. As we start to look forward to FY 22 and 23, again, until we know what the plan is for docking, we are showing at least one chiller being replaced in the next 2 years. Each year. We also continue to maintain the boilers. There's a project ongoing for the doors, the controls, the upgrades. So we will again continue to maintain those. We'll say, however, we have items in docking that we are just getting by on. Some air handlers that handle the limited capacity or the limited occupancy that we have in like the highway patrol and our operation and maintenance people in the basement and sub-basement. Those are ones that we're doing small repairs on. Again, not spending any significant dollars until we have a plan. And then just one other large one is the Judicial Center windows. That has been on our 5-year plan. We'll probably look to move that up with adequate rehab and repair funding for the Judicial Center. We have replaced the windows now, completed the window replacement in both the Lansing building and the Memorial Hall. We've caulked and sealed all the windows in the Curtis building. So the next logical move is to take care of the Judicial Center and get those windows replaced as well.
Senator McGinn.
So back to looking at the floor handlers, I'm not quite sure what all that is comprised of, but you talked a little bit about the situation we're in right now. Just kind of curious if anybody looked at some CARES money for that.
Well, it's not in our 5-year plan. I did want to provide an update to this committee today on what we have done using the CARES money. These air handlers, obviously, they move the air for the entire floor. They're a single unit. In some cases, some other buildings might have 2 to operate either end. We had always looked at adding UV lighting as just a standard to help kind of clean the coil and also provide indoor air quality. Once the COVID thing or the COVID event hit us, we started working closely with our engineering consultants and said, what can we do to have the largest impact in the shortest amount of time? So we looked at a 3-part approach. There's UV, there's bipolar ionization, and then there's improved filtering through MERV 13 filters. What we were able to do is secure a little over $750,000 in CARES Act funding to install bipolar ionization in every single air handler on this campus. The project is ongoing. The State House has been completed. Landon and Curtis are done, and now we're working on the Judicial Center. What that does is, not to get too much into the science, but puts the particles into the airstream that actually attach to the virus, as I understand, causes that to drop so that it does not circulate back through the airflow, so it's not a contact. Those units are fairly easy to install, but they were pricey, and so we were able to secure that 100%. And now we're trying to recoup as much of the installation cost between now and December 30th using the CARES Act as well. I think it's very significant. Thank you for asking.
So are these similar to ozone?
Yes.
I thought I could smell that when I came. I really did. That's why I asked you.
The other thing is improved filterization. We've improved our MERV 13s, and we'll be changing out our filters much more frequently than we normally would. We've secured those contracts to do that. So the State House is going to become priority number 1 as we move into session to maintain that. Again, this isn't in our 5-year plan, but this is a good kind of reason to bring this up. We've also looked at the portable units. I've met with most of the vendors that appeared before the budget committee, looked at those products and how we could also use CARES Act money to secure some of those mobile device units and sprayers. So we as Department of Administration and facilities are looking at that and have secured a lot of that stuff, our equipment, as we prepare for this next session.
Any other questions?
That kind of concludes, again, I guess in summary, there's a lot of projects listed out there. We've done the best job we can to try to move those projects up and to use adequate rehab and repair funding. So we thank you for funding that fund or keeping that fund sufficient. The last item I would like to close with is just an update that the Curtis building and the Myriad building on the 500 Van Buren, where DCF's office is. They were under the Topeka Public Building Commission up until about 6 months ago. That has been refinanced, and those are now under the Department of Administration. So you will not see the Myriad DCF building in my 5-year plan, but you will hear about it later today from DCF. They will continue to secure their maintenance. The Department of Administration and Facilities now oversees and consults with them, helps them hire the individuals to do the work, and looks at their maintenance contract. So we've essentially added that building to our portfolio. We are no longer under the commission. We have, though, retained the 75-cent per square foot requirement to fund the maintenance reserve fund. Great idea when that was put together. We're going to try to maintain that and keep that. That's kind of our rainy day fund for our roof or our boiler or whatever on those buildings. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any additional questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is really just reaction to issues of COVID and staffing. Have there been any, I know one thing we're trying to do is allow people to spread out so that we take more space. Another thing would be allowing people perhaps to work at home, so that takes less space. What have you seen as the impact of trying to manage space and allocations through this pandemic?
Thank you for that question. Obviously, continued telework looks to be, for at least for the foreseeable future. However, we're under the understanding that the state offices will come back and state employees will be back. Prior to this pandemic, we were out of space, as I mentioned in previous testimonies, as the Secretary of Administration. We have no space. We are assisting the lab with storage of testing equipment and materials, just about anywhere we can find space, including the docking building. We were approached by the Department of Labor at one point about additional space for people when they come back, for additional people that are processing claims of employment. We have no space currently.
You have space, you just don't have any additional space available.
That's correct.
Any other further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Next item we have on the agenda is Department of Corrections. Excuse me. We need to vote on the 5-year capital plan for the Department of Administration, so need a motion and a second. Senator McGinn makes the motion. Senator Francisco seconds. Any further discussion? Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye, I think.
Senator McGinn.
Aye.
Senator School. Representative Alcala. Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye also. Thank you. Next item we have is Department of Corrections, Jeff Zimba. Welcome, Jeff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, committee, and for the opportunity to appear before you here today and provide testimony regarding our capital projects for Kansas Department of Corrections. Accompanying me here today is Mike Gato. Mike is the director of our capital improvements. And Mike and I are here this morning to provide an overview of projects and various stages of progress for the agency and respond to any questions or concerns you may have about those projects or our capital improvements plan. We prepared a document that's an overview for the committee on projects in progress with KDOC, and I'll go through that rather quickly if I might. We have a modular building for education and programming purposes that's being constructed for the Lansing Correctional Facility. That'll be placed adjacent to the minimum custody unit at the reconstructed Lansing. That's a stick frame construction building, approximately 750 square feet. We expect it to be placed in mid to late January. It's funded through Donnelly College and be donated to the state of Kansas. Approximate cost of that modular unit was about $84,000. And that modular unit is going to provide much needed space for education and programming at the reconstructed Lansing. And I provided a very basic floor plan in your packet of the building. Next item in progress is a building, an industries building for Kansas Correctional Industries to be placed at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility. That's a new industrial building which would be sited in the higher custody portion at that facility. Metal building, approximately 30,000 square feet. We're in the process of bidding that building and awarding those bids. Funding for that project comes through Kansas Correctional Industries, and we estimate the cost to be about $3.1 million, although again, the bids have not yet come in and been awarded. This building will create opportunities for up to 150 additional workforce training positions at Hutchinson Correctional Facility. And I provided just a very basic floor plan diagram for that building as well. And it's identified as Hutchinson Textile Shop. Next in progress project is a geriatric and cognitive care unit at the Winfield Correctional Facility. That converts two buildings which were in the under the purview of the Commission on Veterans Affairs. Those buildings are adjacent to our Winfield Correctional Facility. Those buildings are to be transferred to DOC, and that's been accomplished. Renovation and modification of both buildings is included in the project, and creation of a new food service and dining facility for Winfield is included in that. The titles for those buildings have been transferred to KDOC. We've selected architects and engineers for the project. Funding for that project is through state general funds, approximately $9.8 million. And it provides about 180 acute care beds for our geriatric population and about 60 substance abuse treatment beds for some minimum custody population that would be there to assist in the care of that older population. Next project I'll talk about is the substance abuse treatment beds at the Lansing Correctional Facility. The project consists of repurposing a housing unit at the former East Unit at the old Lansing Correctional Facility. It consists of renovation and modification of the existing structure and support building. We have not advanced on that project very far at this point. To be funded through state general funds in a rough amount of $3.5 million. And when completed, would provide approximately 200 substance abuse treatment beds. And then the last item, and though it's not a project, I think it bears mentioning here. We have put out a request for proposal, or an RFP, if you will, to conduct a statewide facilities condition assessment of all of our buildings and mechanical systems. The RFP would go out for, and and establish a contract for a firm to come in and do a comprehensive condition assessment of all of our facilities, identify conditions related to deferred maintenance and capital repairs. It would identify issues of non-compliance with building and life safety codes. And then, very importantly, it would rank and prioritize deficient conditions and estimate costs for correcting those issues, give us a more systematic approach to repairs and maintenance and improvements. That RFP proposals we expect back in December, have selection by February, and conclusion of a report back to us by the contractor in August. So again, Mike and I are here to answer any questions you may have about those projects, or we've also provided our 5-year capital improvements plan. Mike's more the expert on that. If you have questions about either, we stand for questions.
Anyone have any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, a comment, I very much appreciate the proposed investment in additional training and workforce facilities. With regard to the statewide facilities condition assessment, how long a time frame do you envision that it might take to address the issues that are being brought up? And I think I may be asking this because I'm familiar with deferred maintenance at the universities, and we sort of never catch up, and then need to go through it again because it's not in the same condition 10 years later. So, was just wondering if it makes sense to do it more in pieces that could be addressed more quickly, or you really want to see overall where we are right now.
Chairman, Senator, I appreciate your comments. I do expect that the needs, our maintenance and repair needs, will exceed our ability to address those in any timely manner. I think it's over a period of a number of years. But that said, I do think we need a comprehensive look at it as a whole, so we know what the needs are and can start prioritizing them. And whether it's internally through our money that's already allocated for us, or requests down the road through the budget, that we can do it in a more systemic manner. To your point, as we get a little further down the road, we may need to come back and reassess 5, 7 years down the road. I don't think we have the whole picture without someone looking at the whole picture.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what are some of the ways that you might prioritize investment? Are you trying to make sure that we do enough maintenance so we don't pay more later on? That's what we often hear about in our highway program. Are we trying to, how does that fit in with capital improvements that we're only, we're going to prioritize things that we know can't be replaced? But what are the thoughts about that prioritization?
Chairman, Senator, so I think life safety issues will be paramount, or right up there. If we have some identified life safety issues, we need to address those. And then it will be, what do we need to spend to keep a problem from getting worse and costing even more money? And then possibly, what are projects that I would expect that we might get something in the report that says this is not worth reinvesting in right here. You better put in your money elsewhere. So it will be a tiered, systemic approach to that, and all of that.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions? Secretary, are you going to touch on highlights on your 5-year plan, or what was your thoughts on this?
I was not going to, but if you'd like, I could have Mike go through the plan if you'd like him to just hit some highlights. Okay.
When he took them, he took my copy too.
You can,
You took them all.
Good morning, committee. Once again, 5-year plan, we're asking for $5 million for each of the 5 years now. As we have done in previous years. Thanks to this committee, we've had a really wonderful, we were getting somewhere between 4 and 4.2 a year. Last year, we got 5.6 because they had money set back. So thank you for that, making a big dent. Most, as you look at the projects in this year, you won't see any big ones. Most of the big projects were winding down. We had a $2.5 million project in Richardson to renovate the infirmary clinic / mental health. That project is, we've just funded the last phase on it, and we should be complete with that by July. So we will not be requesting any funds on that project for next year. This year, we also had a $500,000 on the border at Richardson. That is funded and should be in the mode to provide us with backup heat next month. So that is funded as well. So some years you come in here and you'll see some really big projects like $1 million or $2 million. You won't see that this year. So most of the ones we've got now, we are taking the projects, if they are larger, and we're breaking them down into individual phases so that we can take and do a certain portion of it each year. Yes, sir. I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you get a little closer? Pull the mic towards yourself. There you go. Thank you. Is that better? Okay. So with that, normally I come up and say we got a really big project coming on this year. That's something. And this year we do not. This year we're pretty much staying with, as you can see with it, a large number of medium-sized and smaller projects. So there's not really one individual project I would point out. Even if you look at it, it used to be our roofing projects were running us close to $1 million to $1.2 million a year, and now we're down closer to $750,000, which is crossing them off the list. We're replacing them with metal roofs, which have a much longer lifespan, and we just don't have to go through the replacement process. So I really don't really have an individual project that for committees review. Thank you. Thanks for doing that steel roofs. And I tell you what, that's a game changer. I appreciate that. Are there any questions? Okay, we're not seeing anything, but thank you for your presentation, Secretary. Thank you. We need to have a motion and a second to approve the 5-year capital plan. Senator Francisco.
I move we approve the 5-year capital plan for the Department of Corrections.
Second by Senator McGinn. Any further discussion? Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye.
Senator McGinn. Senator Struble. Representative Alcala.
Aye.
Representative Rishu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. I appreciate your attendance today. Next item we have is the Kansas State Fair Board. And little ahead of time, so I haven't seen, oh, it's on Zoom, okay. Senator Berger, thank you for being here today. The interim general manager of the Kansas State Fair, Senator Ed Berger. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Billinger, members of the committee. I'd like to take the opportunity to give you a little bit of update on the Kansas State Fair and some of the building construction issues that we have. As most of you know, the fair has been here since 1913. Since 1913, we have never canceled a fair until this year. And certainly that is an example of the extreme situation that we're operating under. Annually, we'll have about 340,000 people attending the fair, but we'll have about 500 events at the fair as well. We have about 270 acres and about 70 buildings on the fairgrounds. With the fair being canceled, that caused us to lose about 90% of our revenue, but that's only the tip of the iceberg because we also had events canceled throughout the year. It would be another 5%. So what we have done is cancel all kinds of expenditures except for personnel. Now, personnel, we have left positions unfilled, and we have eliminated positions and placed people on furlough to try to make ends meet. When putting together the recommendation, of course, we have no construction projects in 21 because, again, we put them all on hold. Looking at some of the priority kinds of projects that we have, certainly our number one priority would be looking at rehabilitation of the Expo Center. The Expo Center is where we have most of our horse shows. It's on the southeastern corner of the fairgrounds. We have roof repair that needs to take place. We have metal walls that need to be replaced. And also some of the column bases also need to be upgraded, changed, or improved. And when we were going to do that, we were going to take advantage of that opportunity and improve some ventilation within that facility, corral fencing and some overhead doors, new lighting and bathrooms. And we're looking at KDFA financing for that project at about $1.4 million. Again, that's one of those projects that was put on hold this current year. Another issue that we have on the fairgrounds is certainly the miles and miles of pathways and driveways across the fairgrounds. Much of that needs to be repaired. Much of it needs overlay. And we're looking at doing that on an annual basis with about $125,000 to, again, continue to upgrade that. What happens is we'll have a patch in some of that blacktop, and we'll have to come back in and fill that patch in, and then that causes other issues to take place. Certainly the fact that we have so many paved areas is a huge improvement for the fair. When I went to the fair some 70 years ago, while we did not have that kind of thing, we'd have a rain, we'd be ankle deep in water and mud, and certainly it's a great improvement. We need to keep it upgraded before it gets out of hand. Another priority is certainly looking at the grandstand. The grandstand is basically a concrete structure, and with concrete you have cracks and you have spalling within that facility, and we have a lot of repair that needs to take place within that concrete. What happens when you have a concrete facility like that? You have a crack, you have water getting into the concrete, rusting the rebar. When the rebar rusts, it expands. All of a sudden you have a chunk of concrete that comes out of that facility. So we need to spend about $150,000 repairing that, and we want to seal it as well. Sealing it is very important because underneath the grandstand we have, during the fair, we have displays and we have vendors, and having that water leak through there does not make for a very good setting and environment. We also have needs for storage facilities, and one plan is to have that storage facility, about $200,000 for a storage facility. Currently, we're using an old fine arts building for our storage facility, and it's right in the center of a campus. And what we need to do is repurpose that space so we can use it for other things, and take that space that we have in the old fine arts facility and build a new storage facility at a different location. Probably use the Bison Arena temporarily looking at a budget of that for about $2.1 million. Another issue is the Bison Building. The Bison Building is the iconic building on campus. About 1937 was initially used for stock shows, 4-H stock shows, and that kind of thing. Certainly, the numbers have outgrown that facility. The fire marshal closed it in 2018, and we did not have use of that in the 2019 fair. We used it primarily for dog shows and antique tractor pulling contests. Architect indicates for us to bring it up to code would be about $590,000. We thought it might be an opportunity for us, since that's kind of in the center of campus, to look at that building and repurpose that as an education center, perhaps locating our birthing center there as well as some other educational activities, centralizing them in that location, and looking at that being a major project, about 4.7 coming from state general fund and trying to raise about 4.7 from private dollars. Of course, the center of the state fair is a racetrack. It is one of the few half-mile dirt tracks in the state of Kansas. We have currently only one race a year during using that track. We are going to actively try to host more races in that facility. Currently, again, one race a year. Don't have any races during the fair for a couple of different reasons. We have our livestock barns immediately to the south of that racetrack. You have noise, dirt, and it's kind of unsettling for a lot of the livestock as well as the handlers. So we no longer do the races during the fair itself. It's usually in July, and we're looking at the possibility of maybe expanding that. If we can't do that, we're going to recommend taking down the walls and the track, and perhaps building some kind of multi-purpose arena in that location at a cost of about $8.7 million. The last capital improvement would be Expo 2. Expo 2, if you're familiar with the fairgrounds, is on the southeast corner. It's an open air arena. We use that for exercising horses before they go into the Expo arena. And recommendation has been to close that in. That is perhaps a long-term priority we can take a look at. Certainly during the summer, we use that for events anyhow. So that gives you an idea of what some of the issues are with the Kansas State Fair. Again, we've been pretty much put all of our capital improvements, any kind of improvement on hold until we can get perhaps back into a position of having a fair and having revenue come in to support the fair. That I'd stand for questions.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Questions? Senator McGinn.
See you, Senator. On the Bison Arena, refresh my memory. Have you started? You've got the architectural drawings. You can hear me. I know it's hard to hear if you're not the chair. But have we started a process of moving this forward through bonding or anything else yet?
We have not. We haven't done anything with it. And the architecture drawings are pretty darn preliminary. So we're not very far with that at all. Again, we did not use it in 2019. And again, it's located on the fairgrounds in a location where it's too prime of space not to be using it.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing the pictures. It seems like a very historic building. So I was just curious, I mean, has anybody tried an effort of starting Friends of the Bison or something like that? I know you're trying to raise some private money, but to do this job right, it looks like it's $9.5 million almost.
Yes, it is. It's significant. And again, we're planning to repurpose it to be more of an education center, birthing center for that we currently have, expand that.
So back to the Friends of the Bison, I think that's a good catchy fundraiser name.
There you go. Friends of the Bison. That's good. Aren't we all?
Because there might be some things that are supporting bisons. So, but anyway, you can get a little too use out of that. Then how is that? Is that something that's got any legs yet at all?
Any what?
Any kind of movement towards private, getting some private funding on that, donations, et cetera.
Well, it certainly is something.
We'll talk about that. I guess that's what I'm asking.
The sound isn't very good, but if you're asking if that's something we could raise money for, I think it definitely is. And, you know, it's something that we could also look at naming. I think, you know, there's lots of different possibilities there. I just think we have to get busy with it and make that happen.
Thank you. Also, I guess I do have another question.
Senator McGinn, go ahead.
When you start talking about this track that gets used once a year, what exactly, I'm not familiar.
Could you restate your question? I'm kind of having hard.
Yeah, no, I know it's hard. I've been on Zoom before, and for some reason we're not getting, hopefully the new technology will help, but on the track, used once a year.
You're talking about the racetrack?
Yeah.
Okay, the racetrack, you know, we used to have races during the fair, don't do that any longer. But I think we could actively, it's my sense, and I probably don't have a good enough sense as to what the racing community is like, that we could have races more frequently during the year than we currently do. Right now, we just have the one race in late July. And I think, again, it's a half-mile dirt track. I think maybe the only one in Kansas. So it has real appeal to some of the racing community. So I think there's some opportunities there that we could grow. But again, it's something we've got to work on.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, thank you for presenting today. We appreciate the update on the Kansas State Fair. Good luck with raising some money for the Bison Center.
Well, it has the state fair has tremendous economic impact across the state of Kansas. But I think one of the most important things it showcases agriculture. Now, this past weekend, we had a lot of cancellations, but this past weekend we had the Kansas Beef Expo, and I'll bet we had 1,000 animals here from all over the nation. And basically, it's because the Iowa fair canceled, Nebraska canceled, others canceled. So this was kind of the only thing going in town. It was a huge event. So that gave me some reassurance that there's still interest and still a desire to come to the fairgrounds and have those kind of events and highlight Kansas agriculture. Kansas agriculture needs to be highlighted as often as we can. This is a showcase for that, and we have to make sure we preserve that, make it something we're all proud of.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate it. Senator
Thank you,
Francis.
Bellinger and the committee.
Mr. Chair, so I very much appreciate this update. I think the question I have, and I probably should have asked Senator Berger, but
He's still there.
yeah, he's still there. But if we approve this plan, the understanding is many of these projects are on hold. So,
Every project's on hold. We told people there's not a dime to be spent on anything unless it involved public safety or an emergency of sorts. A good example in here, we had an air handling unit in this building go down, and basically said, not going to fix it. So what happened is we had accumulation of water, and the roof or the ceiling came in. So that's penny wise and pound foolish. That's something we've got to be careful about.
Senator Francisco.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is an appropriate way to move forward with approval of this capital improvement plan if we're hearing that there is not an intention? Would it be that we find out hopefully in mid-spring that many issues have been resolved and that we are going to have a fair next year? And these would be the money spent, or does that money have to be collected at the fair next September before these expenditures can be made?
Absolutely. We're hoping that we can perhaps get some additional funding. We're also hoping that we anticipate the 21 fair to be the biggest fair we've ever had. Tremendous interest. But give you an example of what happens here. We've got a capital improvement fund that puts our tax dollars into that capital improvement fund. And typically that raises $350,000. Well, this year, we're going to look at maybe $80,000 from that. So that's the kind of impact we're experiencing with the not having the fair and with coronavirus on outside events.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think my question for Senator Berger is, would you like the committee to still approve this 5-year capital plan? So that if there's any opportunity, that approval would be in place?
Yes, that's what I would recommend, is improving that plan and having us do as much as we can with it. I just can't emphasize enough, with the buildings we have here on campus, unless you maintain them, unless you keep them up, while the deterioration takes place, and all of a sudden you have a minor issue becoming a major issue, no different than your house. And that's some of the issues that we have out there, whether it's spalling concrete or whether it's roadways that need to be resurfaced.
Senator McGinn.
So if we approve the 5-year plan, how is the money released? In the event we don't have it. Sorry, you couldn't hear that, Anna. I'm asking staff, how is the money released? And even, in case we don't have money, staff is going to address this.
Again, this is a 5-year plan that they are just providing you what they think they will be doing in the future. The budget will actually be presented during, so this isn't actually approving expenditure of money. This is just a plan that they're putting together over a period of time. We will present their budget during the session.
Just wanted confirmation on that.
And it's a recommendation.
It has to get a budget, but I didn't know if you're going to start fixing ceilings and rooftops.
Any other questions of Senator Berger? Senator Francisco.
My question would be, are there funds for the ongoing maintenance, the $300,000 a year in that maintenance budget, or is that also on hold?
That is pretty much on hold. I've proposed legislation to be able to use that fund for operations if we need to, which I absolutely do not want to do. But when we're in the dire circumstances fiscally that we are, why I've asked for legislation to be passed that allow us to use that through fiscal through June 30th, 22. So that's kind of where we are with the capital improvement fund.
Senator McGinn.
So the $1 million that LCC authorized out of the budget we passed last year, is that all going towards salaries?
It is primarily for salaries. It is, and utilities and those types of things. When you have that many buildings, you have utility issues, and again, we have events all the time. So,
Thank you, Senator Berger. Are there any other questions for Senator Berger? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to approve the 5-year plan for the Kansas State Fair. Senator McGinn makes a motion, seconded by Senator Francisco.
With the hopes that there will be some funds for maintenance.
Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye.
Senator McGinn. Senator Scoobel. Representative Akala.
Aye.
Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye also. So, thank you, Senator Berger.
Thank you, Chairman Billinger. Thank you, committee. Look forward to giving you updates as to how we progress.
San Francisco, did you have a question?
For you, not for the presenter.
Okay.
So I did turn on the Zoom so I could see the other people who were participating. And I think we need to remind everyone to be sure to unmute, because I think there's some people who I see attending the meeting and we're not recording their votes. So these are all the things we're going to have to learn as we move through this process. But I thought it was worth mentioning to look, and you can see on your screen if there's that little red microphone on the left lower corner. You're muted, and we're not hearing you. If we're not hearing you, your vote's not getting recorded.
Senator Billinger? Chairman Billinger?
Yes.
As a conferee, just to let you know, if anybody else is doing Zoom, it's virtually impossible to hear you, to understand the questions. So if there's some way to improve that technology, it would be appreciated.
Thank you for that, Senator. There is upgrading going on as we visit right today. So hopefully we'll get the streaming monitors in this room. And they're not hooked up yet, but there's.
Okay. Thank you, committee.
San Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we ask if Senator Berger is able to hear you more easily than he is the other members of the committee?
Senator Berger, are you still there?
Yes, Marcy, I can hear you very well, and I can hear most of Bill. I have a real problem hearing Senator McGinn.
Okay, thank you.
We will get her to talk more closely into the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And so the next item we have is the Department of Wildlife, Parks and Tourism, and we have Deferred, Budget Director here. Welcome, Chad.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I was listening earlier and kind of triple here.
It's a plan, you know.
Five-year plan. Basically, this is a lot of continuing projects we have going every year. So we have those split up into new construction and then rehab and repair. So for 21, we have about $14.8 million of budgeted for our capital improvement program. We have an extra $2 million granted to us from state general fund last year for 21 for parks flood repairs. That's been going fairly well. We're making good progress getting all that stuff done. There's still a lot of work to do. We're working with FEMA, get that reimbursed, and work on utilizing as much of that money as we can, get as many projects done as we can with that money. So it gives us a total about $16.8 million for 21. With those, like I said, new construction, we're looking at having the site trail development, shooting range development's been a priority for us, kind of giving those people that aren't hungry, but the shooters getting them to come out and utilize our parks. That type of, get those out and about. So the rest is from parks major maintenance that comes from the park fee fund. The rest of it comes from our wildlife fee fund money. Robinson federal fund and Ingle Johnson federal funds. We get about $1.7 million from KDOT for park rooms. And dam maintenance and bridge maintenance. So we have about $16.8 million total with the $2 million SGF for 21. If you look at 22, 2022, we've cut that back quite a bit. Over $5 million, just because we didn't know what COVID restrictions were going to cause us, if we were going to be able to have a state deer season, people come in for that or not. That actually went off pretty well. Our revenues stayed where they're pretty normal, so we're kind of dodging that bullet a little bit. Our parks had a great year revenue-wise. We're up considerably on that, so revenue-wise, we've done fairly well. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Chad. On the shooting range, where are you putting that in at?
We've got a couple of them. We got one at Hillsdale. We got one in process at Templin.
Two, are you planning more than the two?
We'll literally keep using those. And there's one up at the Shawnee County State Lake that's on the list.
So are there any that are already up and operational?
Hillsdale's up in operation.
Hillsdale is.
I mean, they're all fairly operational. It's just a matter of what we're rehabbing, making them better, more safety precautions, that type of thing. So.
Do folks buy like a membership or a license like you do
Now it's basically just the park pass where they go into each park, they use their daily pass or their park permit. Like there may be a little, it's
pretty much like the rest of the lake. Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is not a question. This is just a thank you. During this time when people were being advised to be isolated and socially distanced, it was really important to have our state parks and hunting and fishing opportunities for. And so I so much appreciate that they were there. Because it wasn't really stay inside your house, it was stay away and distanced. So these were great opportunities for my constituents and I'm sure for citizens throughout Kansas.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, well, thank you, Chad. Appreciate your presentation today. And we'll vote on the 5-year plan for wildlife, parks and tourism. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we approve the 5-year plan for the Department of Wildlife, Parks and Tourism.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Senator Hawk.
Second by Senator Hawk. Any further questions or discussion? We'll take a roll call vote. Representative Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye.
Senator McGinn. Aye. Senator Struble. Representative Akala.
Aye.
Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
And Senator Billinger, aye. Senator Struble, could you take your mute off?
It's off.
Senator Struble, did you vote?
I can't hear Senator Skubal.
We can't either, but I guess Senator Francisco could see on the computer that he is voting aye.
Well, we can ask him if he could raise his hand if he votes aye.
Senator Struble, if you want to raise your hand to vote aye. Senator Francisco's watching you on the computer.
He did.
Okay, he voted aye. Thank you, Senator Scoobel. That is all we had before lunch today, so we will adjourn our.
Senator Bellinger, Senator Hawk here, I have some feedback on sound out here on the in Zoom land. Robin did something that helped me hear Chad better when he was at the mic, and she did something that made Marcy even sound better. Not sure what she did, but just wanted to give that feedback. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hogg.
Now, it didn't last the whole time, however, so I'm guessing there's more work to be done.
Okay, well, thank you. So we are going to break for lunch, and we're scheduled to be back here. We have a lot this afternoon, if that works for everyone. So we will break for lunch and see everyone back here at 1. Thank you.
What she just did for you, Senator Bellinger, Chair Bellinger, was much better just now.
Okay, thank you.
Every meeting's different, it seems like.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. The first item we have this afternoon is the Adjutant General's Department, Colonel Ken Weishauer. And he's on Zoom. Welcome.
Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Colonel Weishauer, the Director of Public Works for the Kansas National Guard and Adjutant General's Department. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to brief our budget this afternoon and answer any questions that you may have. Additionally, I'd like to thank you for the previous support of our life, health, safety projects that we've had over the last few years. Those include the asbestos and lead-based paint remediation projects that were approved several years back, the repair of the HVAC at Crisis City, which we completed about 2 years ago, and we're currently installing fire suppression systems on 23 of our Readiness centers. I just want to thank the committee for their support of the repairs. The takeaway from this slide would be that we're responding to urgent requirements. So this isn't any kind of an area beautification. This is truly urgent requirements that we have. Most of our Readiness Center portfolio was built in the Eisenhower era, so we're talking 1950s era facilities. And the Kansas National Guard bond projects that we had focused on extending the life cycles and making urgent repairs. Unfortunately, those bond projects started about 20 years ago. And that life cycle that we purchased 20 years ago is now eroded. And so really what we're asking for is to continue to do those urgent repairs that we have on our facilities. We have pictures as to what really we define urgent repairs as. So on the next slide, we have our Kansas National Guard sites. So our total portfolio inside the Army is just over 2.6 million square feet that we manage. And within that, the Readiness Center or Armory portfolio is just over $1.2 million, or 1.2 million square feet. So of the 2.6 million that we manage, we've got about 1.2 million that our focus is on those readiness centers, those armories out in our communities. Although we do have other state supported facilities, that's not the primary focus of where we want to spend our dollars. And really at the end state, we want to have at least one readiness center, one armory in each of the FEMA regions. And that's really to support our state missions when we're called upon. So as we look at the next slide, this is our installation status report. And this really is a pictorial view of what our portfolio looks like out at the readiness centers. And there's really two primary areas that I want to address. That's the quality rating. And the quality rating really refers to the quality of the Army National Guard infrastructure and measures the condition of the portfolio or the facility. So as you can see, 78% of our portfolio from a quality perspective, infrastructure perspective, is coded as fair or poor condition. The mission score and the function is our F rating, and that really refers to how well the facility floor plan or the function of the facility supports the assigned mission of our readiness centers and of our units. The facility's function capability is really based on the quality of the space deficiency, so how short we are in space, the configuration of the facility, and then the quality of life issues. So 97% of our current portfolio is rated as failing, poor, or fair. So the impact, what does that mean? That means our facilities don't function the way we need them to. We have infrastructure challenges, and certainly when we talk about supporting adequacy of our missions, that really gets into the federal support. So if the facility is not adequate, we really risk losing federal recognition of the unit, which could risk losing the unit to Kansas, and we would lose that capability. So that really is the why behind the what. The next slide on the 5-year capital budget plan. Our rehab and repair request reflects really the construction working estimates from our Readiness Center facility studies. We conducted those and completed those in 2018. That study was done by an independent party. So BG Consultants from Manhattan, they've got licensed architect engineers. We wanted a third-party assessment of what our Readiness Center portfolio looked like and what the construction estimates were to make the urgent repairs that we need. Really the categories that we looked at and what this budget includes would be compliance, code compliance, infrastructure and utility upgrades, asset maintenance, and asset maintenance really the way they define that as our rehab and repair and deferred maintenance, and then modernization of our 1950s era facilities. So the mission sets that we had back in the 50s when these are built certainly aren't commensurate with what we have today. The other final point to this slide would be this budget request does not include any request for any land or any new construction for the authorized space that we are. It is in our portfolio. We have roughly about 500,000 square feet that we're authorized to have that we don't have. Part of that is when we turned in armories a few years back. And that really would allow for growth and for future missions to come to Kansas, but that does not include that. It's just really the urgent repair. So the next slide will talk about the facility conditions. And again, these slides are just of a few armories that we have out in Kansas, but they're really representative of the entire portfolio that we have, again, of those Eisenhower era armories. And this budget request is really solely focused on facility maintenance. That will allow us to address what is largely neglected portion of our portfolio, which is those state-funded armories and readiness centers. So the next slide, when you look at exterior concerns that we have, this is just representative really of the physical security requirements, site drainage issues that we have, the fencing, anti-terrorism, force protection measures. And these are just representative, again, of what we have in the portfolio. The exterior concerns on the next slide, you can see that, again, we've got building issues, we've got exterior cracks, site drainage problems. So again, this is an area beautification where we're talking paint and carpet. These are major structural repairs that we have to our buildings. On interior concerns, you can see, again, we've got structural concerns, facility updating, Some of that will be interior finishes as we do demolition and build back what we have, but you can see the cracks that we have in the walls, the tile floor, the issues that we have in our restrooms. On the next slide, this is really indicative of really what concerns me is issues like what we have in that lower right picture. That's where the facility is sinking. So if you look at the Kansas City Armory, and that's where this picture was taken, the whole north addition to that armory is pulling away from the rest of the building. So that creates roof issues. So the roof issues, we've got actual offices in there that we've closed off because until we fix the foundation issues that we have, and you can see that's sinking about 4 to 5 inches. So again, we just really want to stress that these are major structural issues that we have. So at that point, I think we cover the budget when it comes to our facility repair of our armories. The next point we have is the KDM Emergency Operations Center. And we have really 2 options that we're looking at within the department. That's strategy number 1, which I believe the board's been briefed on, which was construct a new facility. Currently, we're still looking at putting that at Forbes if that happens. Strategy 2, obviously less money, would be to remodel the existing State Defense Building. So when we moved the Adjutant General's office from the State Defense Building here on the main campus on 27th out to Forbes, we've got state stakeholders in the State Defense Building now. So Emergency Operations Center 1, you can see that's new construction, 37,000 square foot facility to include a storage facility of about another 5,000 feet. This estimate does include all the design, the construction, commissioning, and then we do have contingency for those things that may arise. And the other thing is we briefed senior leaders, both internally and to our civilian leadership, that does include all the furniture, fixtures, the equipment, IT equipment that we would need to support that facility. So when the construction is complete, we would not come back and ask for, okay, we have a building, but we don't have any of the infrastructure to support the mission set. So this would really truly be a turnkey when that building is built. All the furniture will be there, the computers and all the things that Angie would need to support that mission. So the second option, or I guess the second slide to that would be the floor plan. So really that's just a programmatic design to let the board know and let the committee know what functions will be in the building. So that isn't necessarily going to be the final floor plan, but Adjutant General wanted to be transparent with what functions will be there. So that really lets the committee know what functions will be inside that building. And again, that's kind of a programmatic layout. So option 2 on the next slide, that's a remodel of the State Defense Building. State Defense Building is just over 53,000 square feet. Both of these estimates, the construction estimate and the remodel estimate, were done by HTK and Associates. So we feel confident in the estimates that we have. That would remodel both floors of the State Defense Building and really turn, right now Angie's got the basement, so that would provide her opportunity to grow her mission set and our community partners up on that main floor. That would be a remodel of the building, storage, associated parking. And again, that would be the design, construction, commissioning, and contingency. So that would be the fully burdened bill to remodel the State Defense Building. And on that next slide, we just kind of depict where we're at today with the floor plan of the State Defense Building. That would certainly need to be reworked to better align with the functions and mission sets that Angie has with inside KDM. So that concludes my brief pending questions from the committee.
Are there questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a way we should have been able to access those slides?
I think Shirley may have went to get them. She left.
Okay.
We didn't have the slides, so I think we're all just kind of a little lost, not knowing which slides were which.
Well, that's certainly unfortunate. I apologize for that. I think those were sent down last week, but we'll certainly have legislative liaison get those to you.
I think they have them. They just didn't have them printed out.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We did have your project requests and the explanation, and we could follow a little with that, but it wasn't quite the same. anyone on Zoom have any questions? And this building that you're proposing at Forbes, is that, is there room out there? I mean, I guess I've never been out there to see where you might put this. Where will this go location-wise?
So at Forbes, we do have room for this facility. About a year ago, we actually did a site survey. Olson and Associates came out. So the land, when you first come into the main gate, if you turn left, there's an area up there that would be big enough for the facility and for the storage facility. And it's off the runway. So the Air Force, that's really their issue is us putting a non-aircraft mission set right against the runway or any of the aprons. So this would be off of that. We've done studies to ensure that it's not in the flight path. So when aircraft come in, we're outside of that. It's kind of that three-dimensional look. So we do have a site survey. We've worked out with the 190th Civil Engineering Squadron. The base has approved the land. It would still need to go up to Air Force for final approval, which we have not done pending, which strategy that either the Adjutant General's Department or the committee's funding would support. But we do have land out there identified and surveyed for this project.
Is this a single-story facility? Is it a steel facility, or what are we looking at?
It would basically be your standard brick and mortar facility. The facade would look somewhat like what we have at the wing now with the red brick facade, but it would be EF4. So if tornado comes through, obviously we want to make sure that we still have sustainable operations. That's the reason we also looked at the State Defense Building as a backup, because it was built to withstand, although it's not an EF4 facility, it's certainly probably one of the ones that we have, considering when it was built for that 1970s era and that nuclear, depending on what happened with that. So I think either facility would be okay, but it would be a steel structure, again, brick facade, and some of that building, if not all of it, would be EF4 certified.
Would there be a basement in it?
The current programmatic design does not put a basement in it, but it, again, with that EF4, it would certainly not be like any other administrative building that we would have.
Are there other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, not a question, but a comment. I'm pleased. There's two projects at the Forbes Field. The Joint Forces Headquarters and the State Emergency Management Operations and Training Center. So I'm pleased to see that land being developed. And I think these are appropriate uses for that space.
Anyone else have any questions? Again, we've got the handouts now, so we'll let everyone look at them real briefly, and then maybe there'll be some additional questions.
Yeah, while you're looking at those, one of the challenges that we have with basements out at Forbes, certainly when we took a look at the programmatic design for the Joint Force Headquarters, water table is about 4 feet. So to try to put in a basement, that would be a considerable cost to try to mitigate, keeping water outside the building with the water table as high as it is. So we really have looked at this. Of course, when we go into design with either facility, we'll have the engineers take a look at that again, the structural specifically. But I think one of our concerns is, again, that water table is so high to go much more below 4 feet. I think we're really running into some challenges there.
Well, your photos look like an old building, just like you portrayed it. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the handout, we can see the Readiness Center portfolio installation status report. So this is the charts that talk about the quality scores and then mission score and function. If, how might these change over the next 5 years if what you're proposing, if that work is done? I think we don't want to see that 65% of our facilities are failing in mission score and function. So are we going to see a change in that percentage or a change in the quality score with this 5-year capital budget plan?
Yes, and so the way we prioritize projects within the portfolio is we took a rating of, the quality ratings are 1 through 4. So the priorities would be really to reverse that. So the quality 4 projects, and that really the quality relates to the infrastructure and associated. So when we talk about mission scores, some of that cost would be to, and again, we're not going to expand our buildings. We didn't ask for that this time, but some of that space deficit really falls into the mission set. But primarily it will attack the quality score, and it will also help with mission set. But the quality, I think, when we're looking at the infrastructure and the safety concerns that we have, to answer your question, yes, it will buy that down as we've prioritized those with inside. So depending on what funding would come, we basically got unfunded priority lines in there. And so however much money we get, we would go down through that many armories. Typically, I think we've got programmed out roughly 5 per year. Based on what we have on that $1 million. But yes, that would buy down the risk that you have in the portfolio.
Anyone else have any questions? Seeing none, we need a motion to approve the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Adjutant General's Department. Senator Francisco.
Thank you. Since we got to see the information, and I'm sorry that it was not available to our participants in Zoom, I will go ahead and make that motion to approve the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Adjutant General.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Representative Wsu. I'll second.
Got a second by Representative Wsu. Any further questions or discussion? We'll have a roll call. Representative Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk. Senator McGinn. Senator Scooble. You raise his hand. Senator Scooble's aye. Representative Alcala. Representative Rishu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
Senator Hawk, aye. Sorry, I missed that. I'm heading to my appointment. I'll try and tune in while I'm in line.
Okay, Senator Hawk is aye, and the chair is also aye. So thank you for joining us today, Colonel. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it as well.
Okay, next item we have is the Kansas Department of Transportation, which includes the excess right-of-way report, and we're going to have Bert Morey, Deputy Secretary and State Transportation Engineer, on Zoom.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here so you'll be able to see my presentation. There you go. All right, are you able to see that? Okay. All right, as I said, I'm Bert Morey. I'm the Deputy Secretary and State Transportation Engineer for Kansas Department of Transportation. It's good to virtually see you this afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to present our capital improvement plan and to provide an update on our excess right-of-way management. This information is going to be very similar to the information I presented last year. We've essentially just updated the data. So I'll go through here and then try to answer any questions you might have. This is kind of the same reasoning that we've been using for several years. We're attempting to preserve what buildings we have and build for the future. These are the current statistics, including a list of some buildings that we will be disposing of, but are still on our inventory. It breaks it down into the buildings that we say we house people in, as opposed to our support buildings and our safety rest areas and motor carrier inspection stations. So just kind of a breakdown there. The age of our buildings, we've still got a number from the 50s, 60s, and 70s that we are needing to upgrade, but we have made some decent progress in the 90s and 2000s in updating those. Most of the buildings we've built in the last 2 decades are storage buildings for salt and sand storage, chemical storage, that kind of thing. This is the same list that we reported last year. It's just the essentials that we go through and we're trying to address when we go in to do a rehabilitation or repair. Essentially ADA requests, roofs, that kind of thing. Just the general upkeep on our buildings. These are some of the things that we come across when we start looking closely at the condition of our facilities. With so many of them built back in the 50s and 60s, where it's just outdated technology, and then just things coming to the end of their useful life. So to start, we'll talk a little bit about the re-roofing projects. This is a list of the projects that we would like to do in fiscal year 22. This is in the DA 418B that you should have, this list. The one change is the Mankato Dome. In your list, it'll show up as Gardner, and we're back and forth on whether we're going to do Gardner or Mankato, because there's a development coming in adjacent to Gardner, and there's the potential that we relocate that. But if that's the case, then we'll put Mankato in at the same price, so the budget won't change. Just kind of an example of what these domes look like before and after. We've got a number of these across the state. I think there's about 113 of them. These were a design that was came up 20, 30 years ago. We no longer build these. We build more of a rectangular storage building because it's less expensive and less expensive to maintain, and actually more efficient. These are a little inefficient when it comes to loading and unloading. So just another picture here. This is kind of an example of the cones versus the domes. Sub-area modernizations. We've got these sub-area shops all the way across the state. A lot of them built back in the 50s and 60s, and this just gives you an example of why these buildings are no longer, or I wouldn't say they're no longer usable, but they are much less convenient, much less safe to use now than they were back in the day they were constructed. Just a comparison of 2 bullet points there. in the 50s, we used 8-foot wide plows, and now it's a 12-foot wide plow. So a lot of times the trucks just physically won't fit inside the buildings when we have a plow on it. And the safety issue there is that during a snow event, oftentimes our crews need to change the bits on the bottom of these plows, and if the sub area is the building is not big enough for that truck to fit in, they're out in the dark often in the parking lot changing these out. When we were able to modernize the sub area, you'll see that in this example we can pull right through. We've got doors on either side. There's plenty of room for our equipment operators to pull that truck in and do maintenance on it during a snowstorm or any other time during the year. This top just gives you an example of the difference, the size comparison of our trucks versus the bays that we're working with. So in fiscal year 2022, we plan on doing these 4 sub areas at a cost of $4.8 million. This is very similar. It'd be very similar to this example in Alma, which we finished last year. The other thing is in this budget, we have $45,000 toward land purchase. 2 examples are down in Independence and Garnett. We'd like to expand these facilities at some point in time, and we have that money in there just in case the opportunity arises for us to purchase that land from adjacent property. Don't know for sure that it is going to happen, but we like to have that just in case. We're also planning on upgrading an area shop, this one down in Wichita. Similar to the sub areas, they were both built many years ago. The electrical systems are not up to par. The size is not up to par to what we need. And so we like to be able to expand these buildings to give us a little more room to work, and then upgrade the electrical and HVAC. This is an example of that in the Gauge shop in Topeka. You can see the change there in the color of the building. That's where we've expanded it, extended it, made it longer, so that we can pull those trucks in and maintain them adequately. We also have $3.5 million in the budget for fiscal year 22 to relocate the area and construction office in Concordia. What we're liking to do here is consolidate the Mankato area and the Belleville construction operations at a site in Concordia. We purchased and developed the land with this in mind. The Concordia sub-area has already been moved to this site. It was laid out to accommodate moving the area office to this location as well. This is being done to consolidate and to help attract employees to a more populous area. We're just having a hard time attracting employees to the Mankato area and even the Belleville area. So if we can consolidate that down there into a more populous area, we think we may be more successful in attracting employees. Okay, so before we move on to the right-of-way discussion, I'd be happy to answer any questions about our proposal.
Thank you. Are there questions? Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, you may continue, Burton.
Okay, thank you. So this is an update on our right-of-way inventory. We monitor this on an ongoing basis, and I'll just give you a little update for fiscal year 20 what we did. We acquired, and this is you should have a document here, our written testimony on this in letter form. But on the first page at the bottom, there's a table. We acquired 148 parcels, 23 easements, and 103 temporary easements. Those temporary easements are for construction projects. The easements expire upon completion of the project. And then on the next page, this reflects the parcels that we've disposed of. So we sold 19 parcels of excess right-of-way in fiscal year 20. We released 9, so those have been, you know, either temporary easements or some kind of a parcel that we no longer needed that reverted back to the original property owner. We brought in about $306,000 with those sales. So that's just the quick brief update on our right-of-way inventory. So with that, I would be happy to try to answer any questions regarding our right-of-way inventory.
Thank you, Bert. Thank you, Bert. Are there questions for the excess property right-of-ways? Senator McGinn.
So I'm trying to run through this document real quick, but do you have a standard process? So every year you evaluate some of that right of way that we don't need?
Yes, I mean, pretty much on an ongoing basis, but our right of way section looks at that periodically to determine that, yes.
Just seems like, I mean, I'm glad to see this. This has been, probably more than a decade ago, but where we'd have individuals where we built highways probably 30 years ago or 40 years ago, and there's a triangle that was taken out of their yard and they wished they could have had that back. And I can remember trying to get that back, and I just, you know, pretty much I stopped at the door and never could even have that conversation. So I'm glad to see that you're looking at some of those where it just doesn't make sense, you know, especially if it's a triangle intrusion in somebody's yard. We're probably never going to park a truck there, you know, or something like that. So
that's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know too, from time on this committee, that this is a program that there was interest in and that you've been working on. Do you have any idea? Obviously, you know, things are going to change as you acquire temporary easements, but in terms of permanent easements, in this review, what do you see ahead in the next couple of years? Is there a lot more to do, or are we catching up so that we're focusing on easements that are current projects and releases?
You know, I think we're catching up. You know, especially when you look back at what we did in 19, there were $1 million worth of parcels that we sold. As far as the easements that are released, you know, those come, that generally comes with the completion of a project. And so that's going to be ongoing. But as far as the excess right of way, I feel like we're pretty well caught up, and we'll just continue to review and then take, as Senator McGinn referenced, you know, if somebody comes and says, hey, look, there's a piece here on adjacent to my property that I'd like to get back, then we will sure entertain those.
Anyone else have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Bert. And we need to have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays.
Would you like a motion?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I would like to make one.
Senator Francisco makes the motion. Do we have a second? Senator McGinn seconds. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk. Senator McGinn. Senator Scooble. Raise his hand. Senator Scooble's aye. Representative Alcala. Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
And the chair is also aye. Thank you. Thank you, Bert.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Do you have a question, Senator Francisco?
I was able to see on Zoom that Senator Hawk was also raising his hand. I think he's probably watching us on an iPad or something in his car.
We'll mark Senator Hawk as aye also. Thank you. Next item we have is the State Board of Regents, Chad Bristow.
Afternoon.
Welcome, Chad.
Thank you. I'm Director of Facilities for the Kansas Board of Regents office, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Regents Institution's 5-year capital plans today. Just want to start off by briefly mentioning that we're pleased to report to this committee that the system-wide facilities condition assessment and the space utilization study that were both commissioned by the board earlier this year are completed on time this fall, despite the effects of the pandemic, especially thanks to the diligent efforts and extra attention that the university facilities staff and consultant teams put forth into that effort. Conceptual development of a formal initiative is currently underway, and the intent is to bring a comprehensive plan to the legislature once the details of supportive policy and funding scenarios are finalized. And of course, the ultimate goal of that effort is to generate an effective and comprehensive plan to address the problem of deferred maintenance. Also, just want to emphasize on that point that the Educational Building Fund would play a crucial role in funding this comprehensive effort to rehabilitate and renew the state's university buildings and facilities. And also to point out that since 1941, when the legislature established the EBF, it has provided the primary source of funding for capital projects and upkeep of university buildings. Without this vital resource, the facilities teams would not be able to maintain the buildings to the extent that they have. So I'll direct your attention now to the printed booklets. I know those of you here have these. Those who are joining via Zoom, I don't know if you have a PDF or electronic document that you're referencing, but in the beginning of that book, you'll see a summary of all the capital improvement requests. And then subsequently in the tabs following that summary, you'll see the 5-year plans for each institution, 418 A's and B's, page for each project with description indicating the fiscal year and the potential funding source and the priority. And then also for those of you who have the physical bound book, in the back of that, you'll see some loose leaf supplementals, and those represent the amendments that have taken place and approved by the board since they were originally submitted earlier this year. So for the Board of Regents, on tab number 2, for fiscal year 2022, $44 million is requested to be allocated for maintenance, rehabilitation, and repair projects as appropriated by the Board of Regents and distributed to the universities according to the standard formula, which is based on an adjusted gross square footage of mission-critical buildings. And unless there's any questions on this, I will turn it over to the universities to present their plans and describe their featured projects.
Were there any questions before he moves on to the individual universities? Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we going to vote after they've all been presented, or do we need to vote on each of these?
this one here we should vote on, and then, okay. We're going to vote on each one. So would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we approve the 5-year capital plan for the Kansas Board of Regents.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Representative Shu, I'll second.
And Senator Hawk had his hand up as well.
We'll give it to Representative Shu. He spoke up first. Any further discussion or questions? I'll have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk. He's got his hand up. Okay, he's an aye. Senator McGinn. Senator Scooble. Can you see him on there? Senator Scooble's aye. Representative Alcala. Representative Rishu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
And the chair is also aye. Thank you. So we'll move on to each university.
Thank you, Chair Billinger. I'll just point out that all the universities will be joining via Zoom except for K-State this afternoon.
Okay, Chad, thank you. Okay, the first university up is the University of Kansas. Mark Rizek.
I believe it's Reisky.
Reisky, sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. It would not be the first time my name's probably not been said the way I prefer it. Marcy's known how to say it for a long time. My name is Mark Reisky. I'm the Director of Facilities Planning and Development at the University of Kansas. The university is pleased to present our 2020 list of projects to this committee. With last year's list, the university's concentration on infrastructure improvements, deferred maintenance, and right sizing on campus became our major push. Highlights of this year's lists are one new building is represented. It was actually a deferred maintenance replacement building. The primary parts of the list are deferred maintenance, infrastructure, remodeling, and renovation projects. The list includes master planning efforts that will set KU's vision for the future. This master plan update will be done in 2024, so we're currently basically just initiating the planning steps, and we'll have a RFQ out in the spring of 2021 for that process. Lastly, the list includes a project representative of buildings that will be removed from our building inventory, either by raising structures or by selling. Last year, we did sell one property, Old Father Studio, which legislature graciously approved proceeds coming back to the University of Kansas for deferred maintenance. The project on this list we're actually raising, and that raising will start in the next month, and that's pharmaceutical chemistry building, which you'll see later in the list. I assume everyone's got the handout with the pictures. Is that true?
Yes.
Thanks, Marcy. First project on that list is Marvin Hall step repairs. Old stone step treads and cheek walls, basically a renewal of all the treads on the stairs and the cheek walls. This project's typical of projects that we'll be performing as part of our deferred maintenance on campus. The second project is re-roofing of Murphy Hall. You'll note that says phase 4. That roof project will actually take us 5 fiscal years to complete in total. Total project cost for all of the sections would be close to $1.8 million. At no time do we have sufficient funds to actually do the roof in its entirety. So we've basically been prioritizing the roof and doing, bite-sized chunks year to year to accomplish the entire roof. will actually hold 20-year warranties on the entire roof, just separated by several years that took us to accomplish the whole project. The next project is price mechanical improvements, and that's new air handlers, VAVs, and control systems at Price Computing Center. The equipment in that building was original to building. We've been limping along air handlers for some time now. So this improvement will upgrade air handlers to current, and our system controls were never to our current standard, which is a Johnson Control, some automated equipment control system. So that'll be improved at the same time. Diversity of our list, parking lots, 300 B and C. If anyone who's attempted programs at Lead Center realizes our Lead Center parking lots were in a state of disrepair. We funded this project late last year with internal university funds and accomplished all but some overlay work in the B and C portions of this lot prior to this date. The remaining overlay work will be done in the spring once plants open back up for us to actually accomplish that. Strong Hall air handling unit replacement is a project in Strong Hall where we have currently many DX units, so more of a residential air conditioning unit that cools suites. We have built a chilled water loop in that area over the past 5 years, and those resources are at the Spencer Research Library and Spencer Museum, but the loop continues to cover Bailey, Strong, and Snow Hall as well. This will be the first leg of the chilled water loop actually connected in Strong Hall, and then as DX units fail, we'll actually hook them up to the chilled water piping. So we currently have put in one new air handler. We'll put in others as DX fails, and this is in the east wing of Strong Hall. We'll basically follow this with chilled water in the west wing of Strong Hall. Watson Library, oh, almost forgot Stauffer Flint Hall, sorry, my apologies. Stauffer Flint Hall, older building with a basement that sits on bedrock. We've had trouble keeping it dry for many years, so we basically emptied the building, turned in a mechanical room, and put in a containment and pump system in that basement to keep it dry. Watson Library sprinkler system is replacement of piping. Our piping's basically failing from the inside out. So this replaces the center stack. We'll have to replace the east stack and west stack at a later date, but it also gets us an air evacuation system installed on that piping to help the life of the new piping system be elongated out in the future. So that's a positive for that. Chalmers Hall, electrical and lighting upgrade improvements. Chalmers still had glass fuse boxes, and you don't see those often on a campus. You see them mainly in older homes, but we replaced those fuse panels with current fuse panels, and then we'll do LED lighting upgrades subsequently to the panel replacement. Current projects on this list. We do a tremendous amount of elevator work each and every year. We've got on-call elevator contractors that are continuously doing small elevator repairs. This year we actually did rebuilds on five building elevators: Anschutz, Marvin, Nichols, Spooner, and Summerfield. Any of those repairs cost between $100,000 and $150,000 per rebuild, so it's not a small endeavor to replace or rebuild elevators in buildings. Several of those elevators were single elevators to the building too, so it's critical as to the timing to get those done. Chalmers heating, hot water piping replacement, another project where we had piping failures in older piping systems. So we'll replace all of the piping infrastructure for the heating hot water in Chalmers all the way back in the mechanical rooms. Stronghold fire alarm system, total replacement of the fire alarm system in Stronghold. The current system panels inaccessible where it's at, so this will move the panel to a new accessible location and actually give us automated testing and mass notification capabilities in that system. All of our fire alarm systems that we're taking forward right now will have automated testing, which basically allows our people not to have to test those systems regularly, and allows us to test them on our computer program and then random check systems, saving a lot of university resource. Landscape zone E2 sanitary sewer replacement. We've continued on a project to replace some failing sanitary and storm sewer lines. This is just the latest. In review of our entire project of EBF funded projects over the last year, you'll see that we've done 3 to 4 of these each and every year. This is a significant one, mainly because we're having to decommission some oil tanks at the same time that had been left from the power plant. This line runs through the oil tanks, so we're decommissioning those to replace the line. And then, as I noted earlier, pharmaceutical chemistry building, we're raising that facility. It was at end of life for a research building, and we were fundamentally upside down on what those repairs would have cost to actually bring it to a status that we would need to do research in it currently. So that building's being raised. Stronghold Classroom 330 is a renovation of auditorium in Stronghold. And typically we do 1 large classroom and 5 to 6 small classrooms every year with student infrastructure fee funds. And then we've got a larger renovation in Spencer Museum on the Crest Foundation Gallery and Associated Study Center. That project's probably still a year out. COVID set that project back some, and that's a split funded project between gift funds and grants. Future projects, Murphy Hall, I already said we'd be working on Murphy roof for another year past, and that's the last project of that. We do 1 fire alarm system a year typically, and lead center would be done next year. 1 large addition to our 418A and B would be Naismith and Sunnyside Street infrastructure improvements. We've previously done Memorial Drive and Jayhawk Boulevard, both of which were done over, well, one over 3 years, the other over 4 years. We anticipate this area of street work taking the same probably 4-year period of time, replacing infrastructure and all pavement as we go in sections of the street. Master plan update we previously discussed. Templin Hall improvements. Templin Hall, it's been about 20 years since Templin was remodeled. Bathrooms are out of date, so this would basically bring bathrooms up to date, connect it to chilled water that we're actually installing at Lewis Hall currently, and upgrade electrical. Chalmers Hall metal smithing shop improvements is a gift project to enhance the capabilities of the metal smithing areas in Chalmers Hall. And then we've got listed parking upgrades. It's doubtful whether we'll actually be able to accomplish any of those this coming year. Our parking department has taken dramatic budgetary hits with COVID. It appears if you don't have people parking on campus, they don't buy permits and they don't get tickets. It's a bad combination for a fee-funded department. One future roof that'll be a big project for us to knock off is Beauty Hall re-roof. The synthetic slate tiles on the sloped areas of roofs of that building are starting to fail quickly, and we'll probably try to shoot for that in 23. It looks like we've got enough time to get that out that far, but that project's coming up. Then real quickly through completed projects, As stated, we do a fire alarm every year. So we did Fraser Hall fire alarm the past year. We completed Irving Hill road construction, which was a 3-phase project. We did a section of Murphy Hall roof. We remodeled the reception area at Watkins Student Health Center. We remodeled Wesco Underground. We remodeled a portion of Mullot Hall that had been vacated for ISB for physics classrooms. So basically we took chemistry teaching classrooms and modified them so they'd be appropriate for physics teaching classrooms. We built the new chiller plant to replace the Hayworth Hall chiller that basically died a little over a year ago, and created a central chilled water plant at the same time. So we actually improved our situation while basically taking care of that chiller that had failed. We replaced chiller at Chalmers Hall, did a variety of classroom renovations. Like I said, we do classroom renovations every year off student fee funds. Remodeled the shell space that was built at Capitol Federal originally. So we basically got classrooms out of shell space and graduate student teaching offices out of shell space. And then completed the Stauffer Flint Hall renovation to Stauffer Flint this last year. And that very quickly completes the list I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have any questions? Senator McGinn?
Thank you. I was just curious, are any of these buildings that are in need of repair built after 2012?
None that were on this were 2012 and beyond buildings.
So the lead was built, what, earlier?
Oh, yes, Lead Center was built in the 80s.
Oh, okay, okay.
Now, we did have an addition to Lead Center, Lead Pavilion, that was built later, but the primary Lead building was built in the 80s.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the Lead building was built in the early 80s because I think I was still working for the university landscape architect. And before I worked with facilities planning. But Mark Reisky, you talked about air handling units. We heard a little bit from our Department of Administration that those changes could be a help in terms of air quality, particularly with COVID. Is that something that the University of Kansas is also looking at when they're making these replacements?
So we have looked at that significantly from a COVID standpoint. We have gone back in and improved filtration levels in units. The reality of the situation on a research campus, the majority of our units have well above 4 air changes an hour, which is a good number to have. Are far safer than most places that you'd be off campus. Now, San Francisco, I know you're familiar with Caruth, so Caruth would not be one of those buildings with the through wall units. So we do have some buildings that still have specific challenges, but the majority of our efforts towards air handling units are trying to get them on central chilled water systems, removing standalone single unit air handlers and DX units that are far less efficient and much harder for us to control centrally. We can actually do a lot more good with central controls on systems and better filtration on our current systems. I won't tell you all our buildings are good, but the vast majority of our buildings actually, when assessed and minor improvements were made, turned out to be healthy buildings with regard to air quality.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, would look for a motion. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the 5-year capital improvement plan for the University of Kansas.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Senator Hawk is indicating a second.
Senator Hawk seconds. Any further discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk. Votes aye.
He's indicating aye.
Senator McGinn. Senator Skubal, is he on? Representative Alcala. Representative Rishu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Thank you. And thank you for being here today, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is the University of Kansas Medical Center, Ron Fowler. Welcome, Ron.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for allowing me to present our 5-year capital plan. So everybody has their handout. I'll go ahead and get started. I am the Associate Vice Chancellor of Facilities here at the University of Kansas Medical Center. First time presenter to this committee, but thank you for allowing me to present. So I'll start with the deferred maintenance column over there. We have the current projects that we've just recently completed. The Robinson fire alarm upgrade, as Mark kind of stated at his facility, we're on a continuous basis of upgrading our old antiquated fire alarm systems and using our RRB funds to complete that. The next item is at our Applegate Energy Center. All of our central plant chillers, we have upgraded on chiller number 4, the electrical switchgear for that chiller. Kind of creates a redundancy in our power requirements for the chill water on campus. Before they're all kind of tied together in the same infrastructure. In this, we've upgraded the switchgear and separated them out so that we have one less single point of failure in our chiller systems. Down in Wichita, we replaced the chiller for the School of Medicine building down there. You know, we have 2 buildings down there, and one chiller was very antiquated, and that got replaced this past year. Another major project, along with several other temperature control, HVAC control replacements, the Wall Hall West building got completely renovated on the control system. We've done that through probably 9 or 10 buildings so far on campus, upgraded the controls, and I'm happy to say that it's all being paid for out of the utility savings that we gained from upgrading the controls. So there is a very good ROI on changing the controls out. And I know one of the last questions, you know, in this time of COVID, it is improving the outside air delivery capabilities in the air changes, and we gained most of our energy savings from the laboratory buildings because of those air exchanges. So it just makes the building so much more efficient when you can tighten down the controls in those buildings. So, so that's kind of the major accomplishments on the deferred maintenance ticket. Current projects that are in place and almost ready to wrap up. Our new gross anatomy lab. Probably the most state-of-the-art anatomy lab in the country. Very proud of that. It is, our old anatomy lab, you know, was 32 years old and just wasn't very classroom conducive to our medical students that were going through the anatomy lab. So they've actually, I understand, have held their first classes in there this year already. So that was a huge success for us in one of our older buildings or major. So it gave us a chance to upgrade some of the infrastructure also to the building with that project. So all state-of-the-art equipment And if you ever get a chance to visit us here, come and see it. It's just incredible. So we also renovated and is pretty much complete the entrance to our Murphy building. Ever since it was built in 1924, I believe, it has never been ADA accessible from Rainbow Boulevard. It is now ADA accessible. It's kind of our front door to the campus, and it is now, it just turned out beautifully. So that is complete, and we'll be ready for our 100-year anniversary to rededication in that at the Med Center. We're excited about our new solar array that we put on top of the health education building. That is actually up and running, and from day one that started paying for itself and a positive cash flow with that solar array. So we're very excited about that. Lots of input from different departments on where that was going to go and how we were going to place them, and working with our local utilities sometimes could be a challenge. We don't have the, we're kind of tied locally here in the Kansas City metro area to the Board of Public Utilities. And so we really had to come up with some innovative ways to make that program pay for itself, because there weren't a whole lot of energy incentives from our local utility company. And then we're probably into the third year of our Cambridge parking garage renovation. This is a major, huge undergoing because we do provide parking for the health system partners. And so we had to actually keep that garage open while we're doing all these renovations and so forth. So it will extend the life of that parking garage for another 25 years. So it's just greatly needed for that. So that's continuing. Future things on the drawing board right now is a new Brain Health Institute building. The funding for that is yet to be determined. They're just kind of initial talks of the different players on what would be housed in that building. Kind of ongoing discussion for the next one. There's a cancer research building, which would be a comprehensive cancer center facility, which would be cancer research labs, administration, biostats, population health clinics, and a new animal vivarium in that building also. We are in talks with our partners on the health system side also, because it is being talked about that they might occupy a couple of the floors in that building. So we're looking for a partnership from them also on that. Next item down, Landon Center, which is a remote building just down the hill on Rainbow. It's kind of the second phase of our solar panel array that's going to go on that. That's just getting started. And we're also tying that into a project for a roof replacement on that building. Makes sense to do it at the same time. And that roof is slated to be replaced anyhow. So kind of doing that in conjunction at the same time. The next thing on the list is the School of Medicine in Wichita. They've expanded their medical program down there. So we're looking at accommodating, expanding enrollment down there. So we're looking at a building down in Wichita, another 41,000 square foot building in Wichita. So, and that's all I have on my list.
Thank you, Ron. I have a question on this new future building for the Brain Institute. Where do you house that now, and what will you do with that building?
The Brain Health Institute?
Yes.
Actually, the departments that are doing that are currently in-house in existing buildings, and not just one particular building. They're kind of spread out all over campus. So, we're really hoping and looking at the VFA data on deferred maintenance, on relocating and moving. And now, the way the campuses are looking different today after COVID, we really want to, downsize and maybe take some buildings offline, to help get a new building in place that's better technology.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Francisco? No? Okay. Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, well, thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Need a motion? Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the 5-year capital plan for the University of Kansas Medical Center.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Representative Wsu. I'll second.
Representative Wsu seconds. Any further discussion? Have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk. You can't see him. He may be his appointment. Okay. Senator McGinn. Senator Skubal. Representative Akala. Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
The chair is also aye. Thank you. Next item we have is the Kansas State University, and we have Diana Hutchison in person. Welcome to committee. You can take it off if you like. Whatever it is,
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Oh, good. Thank you, Chairman and committee members. This is Diana Hutchison. I'm the University Architect and Director of Campus Planning and Project Management at Kansas State University. Much like Ron, I'm a first-time presenter, so I appreciate being here in person with you today. I want to thank you for your consideration of our 5-year capital improvement plan and also for the support that you have given us with EBF funding over the years. It has been critical in helping us address campus buildings and infrastructure needs across Kansas State University. I hope everyone has our 11 by 17 handout. I'll start with our deferred maintenance projects. Our first project on there is energy management project that we're doing. This is a steam insulation project that we're doing with energy savings. We expect to get a 3.5-year payback just by replacing all our insulation in our tunnels across campus. I've highlighted a series of EBF buildings that we've been able to do in fiscal year 2021. Much like the other campuses, we focus on our restrooms, HVAC projects, fire alarms, and roofing projects. The restroom projects that we did this year in Dickens and Leisure, Willard Hall. Dickens and Leisure are circa 1900 buildings. And as we got in there and started replacing and tearing into the building, we found that we had much more serious piping issues than we expected. So we were glad that we were able to get those projects completed. Now we have fully accessible restrooms and an infrastructure that will serve us for many years to come. The Eisenhower HVAC project is actually a second phase. We started with a first phase. This building is a 1950s project that had window air conditioning units. We started last year by bringing chilled water into the building and getting part of the building converted over with chilled water. This summer we did dedicated outside air units and have been able to now provide ventilation in that building for the first time. And it's really helped us during this pandemic. McCain fire alarm, we replace fire alarms every year in a number of buildings. This project is being done in conjunction with a capital project that you'll see in the center part, where with a privately funded project, we were replacing fire alarm for the auditorium. We have a wing that is all educational, that had an aging fire alarm system in it. So this allowed us to use our EBF money with the private funds to be able to get the entire complex with a new fire alarm system. And then the last projects in this column are just some roof projects. We did roofing projects on Seton Hall, Ward Hall, and Waters Hall. The current projects in the current list are those projects that are going to be, have either completed this just recently or will be completing here in fiscal year 21 or early 2022. The Derby Dining Center is an expansion and remodel using bonds for housing and dining. We are replacing life safety systems, the HVAC systems, as well as upgrading the food center that provides food service for the Derby complex. Mosier Pet Health is in our vet med complex. It's an addition and renovation to that building. The addition was a large lecture hall with state-of-the-art AV and IT and upgraded ventilation for that. We completed that just before the fall semester, so they were able to utilize that new lecture hall this fall. The renovation is for a new pet health clinic, and it's going to be completing here in January, so it'll be open next year. The Multicultural Center is a new building that is located near the Union. We just had a ribbon cutting for that in November, and it is being well received by the students on Kansas State University. This was a student-led initiative for this Multicultural Center. McCain additions and code compliance. We are doing just a small addition to the front of McCain Auditorium, replacing all of the restrooms, upgrading the patron experience as they come into McCain. And like I said earlier, doing the fire alarm upgrades and sprinklering this portion of the building. Athletics has an ongoing project at the Bill Snyder Family Stadium. It's actually in the south end zone, butted up against Bramlage. So there's work going along in our in Bramlage, which is our basketball coliseum, and in the football stadium. This project is slated to wrap up late summer 2021. And then the last project we highlighted here was Willard Hall Auditorium. This is being done with our student fee fund, much like Mark Reisky mentioned. We have a student fee fund and we upgrade classrooms every year. This year, we did a large lecture hall in Willard Hall where the existing lecture hall was not accessible from front to back. It is now accessible. We replaced the HVAC in there, so we had good ventilation and could use this space when we started classes this fall. Our future projects are just that. They are future projects. They're just in the beginning planning stages and feasibility stages to figure out how we could possibly fund those. The College of Agriculture has been working on a master plan for a number of years now. This is their current look at what their master plan could possibly be for renovating and upgrading, building some new buildings for their college. They're looking at different phasing models to accomplish this work. They would do work within existing Call and Weber halls as a potential phase one. Phase two is proposed to take down Schellenberger Hall and replace it with a new academic and admin building. Phase three would renovate the current Waters Hall complex and phase 4 would renovate the current Throckmorton complex. The second project in the current one is a look at a space within West Memorial Stadium that's currently unoccupied. It's just a shelf space. It has a dirt floor in there, looking at finishing out that space for the band program so that they could, they utilize the Memorial Football Stadium for practice, and this would give them a state-of-the-art band practicing facility for them. And then athletics has a master plan. The next 3 buildings on their master plan are an indoor football practice facility, an Olympic training center, and volleyball. They're in the early stages of looking at how to fundraise for that and seeing where they could possibly move that forward. With that completes my presentation. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Diana. Any questions? Senator McGinn.
So I was just looking at your first one here that has all the private funds, and it's kind of always interesting to me how much we will all spend in private funds for sports. So I do see a veterinarian facility here too, as well. But so on the numbers you have there as for those expansions, that does include maintenance and ongoing maintenance for that facility. Is that price? Is that
facility?
Like that 49? Just take that one for example. The 50 million on that. That's the price of the facility.
Are you talking the Bill Snyder Family Stadium?
Yeah, I just picked that one.
Yeah, that's the cost for construction, the project costs, 49 million.
So where's the part about, I don't know, I think it was, 07 or after that, if I gave money to put my name on something, I would have to also donate the amount of money, or you would have to raise for the maintenance, ongoing maintenance, deferred maintenance.
This is an athletic funded project, and so they handle all their own maintenance.
Okay.
On that one,
okay.
yes.
So
yes.
they would not come back because it would be under whatever the donation.
Right, yeah, they're an auxiliary.
Okay.
Yes.
So was Seton Hall, that was bonded, correct?
Yes.
The roof replacement. When was that?
The roof replacements were EBF.
Okay.
Use educational building funded for that. That's a 1960s. The west wing of Seton Hall is a 1960s building.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how does that work with the educational building fund? How do we can just go to that all the time to get that, or?
They have a portion that's given to them by the Board of Regents, and it's proportioned to each university by the square footage of the critical use buildings, which are classrooms. And then they can use that for architectural services, new construction, or bonding.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm just thinking about, we have to do recommendations tomorrow on some stuff. So I was trying to just understand how all these are working here. So thank you.
Other questions? Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, we'll look for a motion to approve the 5-year K-State University plan.
Tom Hawk here, so moved.
Okay, there
We knew you'd get here in time for K-State, Tom.
I'm reliable, Mr. Chairman.
He had to leave his meeting just to step out to do that.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Senator McGinn. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays, Senator Francisco,
Aye.
Senator Hawk,
Aye.
Senator McGinn,
Aye.
Senator Scooble, Representative Akala, Representative Rishu,
Aye.
Representative Hauser, Representative Long,
Aye.
and the chair is also aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item we have is Wichita State University, Emily Patterson on Zoom. Welcome.
Hello,
Em.
everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present today virtually on the Wichita State University's 5-year capital plan. I have focused my presentation here today on the capital improvements plans that you have in front of you, and would like to refer you to the 11x17 handout that you have for Wichita State. We are also undertaking ongoing rehab and rehabilitation projects with the EBF funding in areas such as fire alarm upgrades, roof repairs, window repairs, masonry repairs, keeping water out of buildings, as well as energy and lighting improvements across campus. And today I'm going to focus on the 5-year plans that you have in front of you. So on the front of the sheet details the some pictures and images associated with the projects that are ongoing and future projects. And on the back of the handout, you'll see a map. And we like to provide this every year because we are undergoing significant changes year after year with our overall footprint of our campus facilities. So you'll see on the back of the map a current master plan map with the projects I'm going to highlight today. The WSU projects that we're going to talk about are in yellow, and the partnership buildings that I will mention and give you an update on are provided in blue. So on the front of the page, we have completed 5 capital projects over the past year that I've finished up recently. 3 of the projects were for NIAR, the National Institute of Aviation Research. One of them is the recently renamed Jerry Moran Center for Advanced Virtual Engineering and Testing. And that's a building that houses, it's a 23,000 square foot building on the Innovation Campus that houses a new crash test sled equipment for research, and also a virtual engineering lab in that building as well, where they test components virtually. We have also completed 2 other projects for NIAR for the Atlas lab within NIAR, and that Atlas stands for Advanced Testing Lab for Aerospace Systems. So these are 2 research lab spaces that focus on advanced composite manufacturing. One of them is a freestanding building, a metal panel building up behind the NIAR building. And this one houses a Coriolis robot machine for composite manufacturing research. And then another one was a remodel of the former crash test lab facility within the NIAR building that has been renovated for another research lab. We also, over the past year, have completed 2 facilities for athletics. The first one was EC Performance Facility, which is right next to the baseball stadium and the Bombardier practice facility for indoor. This is a facility that houses baseball coaching locker rooms, as well as team rooms, training rooms, and weight rooms for the baseball team. So this is phase 5 of a project that's been ongoing since the 80s, and the 5th and final phase of X Stadium. Another athletic facility project that we completed this year was a new student athlete center adjacent to Koch Arena. And this is a 36,000 square foot building that's connected to Koch Arena with a raised pedestrian walkway. In the new student athlete center, we have student athlete academic support and tutoring spaces for the student athletes, as well as coaching offices for track, cross country, and golf, and track, locker room, and training facilities in the building as well. The project also included a renovation of the administration part of Koch Arena for coaching offices, and marketing and development offices. All of these projects were completed over the past year. We have a few one ongoing major project is Woolsey Hall, which has recently started construction. It is going to be the new home for the W. Frank Barton School of Business. This was a project that was split funded between revenue bonds and private gifts from the WSU Foundation. It's going to be on the Innovation Campus, very central location on campus. And it is a 3-story, 134,000 square foot building that will house everything needed for the School of Business, but it's also going to be a building that's available for all students across campus to take classes. It has a large central atrium, a 300-seat auditorium that's divisible into 250-seat lecture theaters, a multi-purpose room, faculty staff offices, student support spaces, including study rooms and conferencing rooms, and multiple classrooms of different sizes to support different learning and teaching styles. The project is expected to be complete in April 2022. Also ongoing, we have parking lot upgrades. We've completed a significant number this past year, and they are ongoing as needed. We have a couple projects that are currently in the design phases. We have a new pedestrian bridge that is a 300-foot long bridge that's spanning over the water feature south of Woolsey Hall, and it will connect the building to the rest of campus across the water feature. The bridge will incorporate a seating along the whole length of the bridge, as well as a fairly large cantilevered prow that'll be suspended over the water, and they could have some functions on the bridge and maybe some outdoor classes or music events for students. Project is privately funded and is anticipated to be complete in line with the completion of Woolsey Hall in spring of 2022. Another project currently in design is the Convergent Science 2 facility for digital transformation on the Innovation Campus. The building is going to house the National Institute for Digital Transformation. The project is currently in schematic design. The building includes, it's about 30,000 square feet and includes research pods, a data center, an environmental testing center for electrical components. And this is also anticipated to be complete in late fall of 2022. Future WSU projects that are included on the capital plan include a central energy plant upgrade that we've needed for quite some time. We have two large cooling towers with 2 fans, and the idea is to replace the 2 fans with 8 smaller fans to provide redundancy if there is a problem. It wouldn't take the system down. The project is currently unfunded. Another project that's in fundraising phases is the Marcus Welcome Center addition. This is a project to create an addition on the south side of the Marcus Welcome Center for the Career Development Center and the Office of Applied and Experiential Learning. The project brings together under one roof the path for a WSU student from admissions to postgraduate careers, all in one building. And the project will be privately funded. Another future project on our list is the demolition of Cessna Stadium. We are currently studying the best replacement for the stadium. We're in conceptual design phases right now. Stadium is in dire need of repair, and it's been determined that the most useful thing would be to replace it rather than repair it. It's a very large stadium, and since we don't have football anymore, we're taking a look at the best use for the stadium. Also included for reference, so that's all the WSU projects that we have in our list. I guess I could answer questions on that before moving on to partnership projects.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on the first part? Senator McGinn.
So is this where you want us to talk about bringing back football?
I don't think that's on the current proposal.
Any other questions? I guess you can go ahead and continue. if you-
Sure. And I just wanted to give an update to the committee on other development projects that are happening on campus, on the Innovation Campus. We have 2 ongoing projects that are currently under construction. Partnership 7 building, which is located across the water feature from our recently completed Hyatt Place Hotel. That was a private developer building. The building shell was recently completed and construction is going to be underway soon on the tenant fit out for a Deloitte Smart Factory. That's going to be in the building. And construction is expected to be complete on the tenant fit out this spring. Another building is Partnership 4 building, which is 160-some thousand square foot building to house NetApp in Wichita. And construction is expected to be complete for that building in January of 2022. And with that, that is my full update.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions? Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, look for a motion. Senator McGinn makes the motion. Do we have a second?
This is Representative Hsu. I'll second.
Representative Hsu seconds. Any further questions or discussion? For the roll call vote, Vice Chair Clays, Senator Francisco, Senator Hawk,
Aye.
Senator McGinn, Senator Scoble, Representative Alcala, Representative Rishu,
Aye.
Representative Hauser, Representative Long.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item we have is Emporia State University on Zoom. Tim Clark.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Tim Clark, and I represent Emporia State University. I'm the Director of Facilities Planning, and I'm going to be going over the 11 by 17 sheet you have, I believe. There's 3 columns. We've got recently completed projects, current capital projects, and future capital projects. First, I'm going to go over the top left, recently completed projects, and the first one on the top is Abigail Morse Complex. Funding for this project was from revenue bonds and housing funds. Abigail Morse is a former women's residence hall built in 1920. It is now a newly remodeled residence hall. This was the final part of a $30 million bond that also saw completion of Schallenkamp Residence Hall last year. This project included the demolition of additions that were constructed in the 60s to the building, south and north sides. Features include room temperature controls, a common kitchen area, and unique room layouts. Right below that, utility line relocation. Funding for this project was from Evergy and Educational Building Funds. This is a master plan project to address significant frontage at the university. Major set of electrical lines ran along the west edge of campus on utility poles. This line had become a safety issue. Emporia State University worked with Evergy to relocate this line underground to a substation just north of campus. This is the first phase of a planned aesthetics improvement along the west edge of campus. Future improvements include pedestrian safety, parking, vehicular circulation, and landscaping. Third project on that row is Brighton University House. This project was funded by private gifts. The former University House is an uninsulated concrete block building. The university president had been living in a temporary off-campus during the demolition and construction of this new residence. It includes a multi-purpose conference room attached to the facility. The building materials used match other buildings found on campus. Next is Wsu Hall. This is an EBF funded project completed in the summer of 2020. This was a 3-year project. 1 floor per year was finished for the last 3 years. This project created a dramatic transformation of the interior of this building by encapsulating a 43-year-old burlap wallpaper with fresh sheetrock, paint, wood trim, covering the metal door frames with wood base, a new carpet over vinyl tile. It helped with the acoustics of the corridors. In concurrence with this project, some additional daylight was introduced into the corridors. The next one is resistor damage and emergency switch repair. These are EBF funded projects. A cracked resistor failed, shutting down power to the university. It is speculated this was caused by moisture in the crack becoming hot and expanding as it heated up. Faculty, staff, and students had to be sent home while repairs took place. We do have several buildings on generators where it will provide continued emergency power for required devices. With quick response from Evergy, Emporia State University facility staff, and on-call consultants, the university was back up with only a few days missed. ESU also has switchgear on concrete pads as part of our main electrical loop around campus. A handful of these pads had settled. One of those pads had been repaired, and this required the power to de-energize prior to work completion. This includes the testing of underground lines and connections. Sewer line replacement. Funding provided by the EBF. While excavating for Abigail Mechanical Court, one of the main sewer lines that carries effluent from Science Hall, Kramer Hall, and Butcher was discovered to be cracked and leaking. It was determined that a new line could be extruded through the old line without the need to excavate it. This new technology saved the university time and money for this unexpected expense. And now we're going to move to the second column. We're going to move to the next current capital improvement projects, starting with the Aquatic Research and Outreach Center. This is a new building and it's privately funded. This building was built with 95% in-house labor. It's taken over 3 years to stitch together the donations and the manpower to construct this one-of-a-kind building. It's a science lab building to research the aquatic life of Kansas. This facility is built 7.5 feet in the air in a floodplain next to a lake. Its purpose is to replace trailers that had previously been used and to excite and entice people to enter this field of study. Next project is new tennis facility. This project is privately funded. This project replaces 4 exterior tennis courts with 4 new exterior tennis courts and 2 new interior tennis courts. The new courts and side areas are sized to meet the NCAA's requirements. This project will provide for growth in the tennis program and student recreation. Next project, Student Veterans Association. This project is privately funded. The SVA space is replacing existing space that is being repurposed for other uses. This space will be larger and allows for veterans on campus to congregate and study. Kramer Hall fan coil replacement repairs. This is an EBF funded project. Kramer Hall has been suffering from humidity issues after half a century of remodels and change in use within the building. This is a multi-year project and involves all 5 floors. New fan coil units are being installed and right-sizing the amount of outside air introduced into the building. The result is creating a much less humid building and a better environment for the occupants. Next, we have Beach Hall roof replacement. This is an EBF funded project. This is our highest priority roof project. The building has a 22-year-old roof that has experienced leaking into the theater ceiling. Patch repair work has been completed, but the roof needs full replacement. Now we're going to move on to the future capital improvement projects. And of course, these were all done with our master plan in mind before the recent study that we've completed. The new maintenance facilities on the top, funding is to be determined. This project is a multiple phase and involves a relocation of facilities building from what is now the center of campus. Currently, a facilities building is located on the path between some of the residence halls and dining facilities in the student union. There's a lot of semi-truck deliveries, mowers, snowplows, and a variety of other facility vehicles in the current location. It is a campus master plan project. Next, science wet lab building. Funding to be determined. Emporia State University, as part of its master plan, is looking at building a wet laboratory building next to its current science building. More Central. This project will be funded by EBF funds. This project involves repurposing a structurally sound concrete frame building on campus as part of the university master plan. William Allen White roof repair. This is an EBF funded project. This building has 11 different roofs ranging from 3 to 30 years old. Several areas have been replaced with many more areas to complete this project. Brighton Lecture Hall. I'm glad that we're not the only one. It sounds like KU has the same thing with their roofs. Brighton Lecture Hall roof. EBF funded project. This building has 2 roofs. One area has been replaced with the remaining 30-year-old area left needing a full repair. And then if you look at the second page, turn the page over, you'll see a map of campus, and there'll be projects that are either blue, green, or yellow listed, and those are completed projects under construction or yet to be completed projects that we've done over the years here at Emporia State. And I think the last thing I really want to say before I open this up for questions is the EBF funding to date, it would not be possible to address the deferred maintenance projects without the approximately 2.5 million we've received last year and then moving forward. We have, under the study that we just had completed, that looks like Emporia State is doing a pretty good job of maintaining their buildings. Not that we don't have deferred maintenance, but the rating was a little bit higher than some of the others. And I think that's a testament to the diligence of the facility people, and thank you for the financing that is provided to allow us to do that. Does anybody have any questions about some of these projects or anything else I can answer?
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions for Tim? Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, I guess we'll move on.
Thank you.
We need a motion. Senator Francisco.
I move we approve the 5-year capital improvement plan for Emporia State University.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Again, second.
Representative Hsu, I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion, questions? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye. Could you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator McGinn. Senator Scoobel. Representative Alcala. Representative Rishu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
The chairperson votes aye. Thank you. Next item we have is the Pittsburgh State 5-year plan, and we have Lindell Haversick on Zoom, please. Welcome.
Senator Hawk here. I can't hear him. Is he on mute?
We can't hear him either. We still can't hear you. Can you hear us okay?
That happened to me the other day in a meeting, and when all else fails, I shut my computer down and started it up, and then it worked. So
You might try that. Did you hear that? Maybe shut your computer off and reboot. Thank you.
and I think what happens is if you're on a WebEx or you're on anything else, and if for some reason you don't get that completely shut down, I mean, like it could be 2 days ahead or before. It locks your sound out or something. I don't know. Very strange. Hi, Aaron.
Well, Senator Hawk here. I'm frozen, but I kind of like that feeling.
Oh, you just had to provide us a little humor, even though you're not here. What? Yeah, oh yeah, he's frozen too. Yeah. Problem is the sound still works for you, Senator Hawk.
I like it. It says unmute myself. My colleagues there have been trying to mute me for years.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we got you. Thank you. Go ahead, Lyndall.
All right. Well, again, good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members, and thank you for today's opportunity to review our capital improvement projects at Pittsburgh State University. And especially thank you for the opportunity to do so from campus itself. So my name is Lyndall Haverstick, and I'm the University Architect and Director of Planning, Design, and Construction. And I do bring you greetings from President Scott. I extend his appreciation for your continued support, and as always, he welcomes your feedback. So this year's presentation and the year itself are unlike any other. Last year at this time, we reported on our increases in student headcount, student retention, and the momentum to control higher education costs. Given this year's statewide enrollment decreases, we're thankful to have a decrease of only around 3%. And on a more positive note, we've been celebrating a slight increase in student retention and a significant increase in graduate enrollment. And we do have many partners in these accomplishments and the ongoing efforts to transform lives. You know, student success at PSU is very much a partnership, and we're thankful for the partners gathered here today, physically and virtually. I'm pleased to present today's projects and discuss the careful stewardship of the resources and opportunities made available. We also look forward to maintaining necessary momentum to accomplish the future projects and deal with an aging infrastructure. You should have in front of you a copy of our capital improvement requests, the 5-year plan, and a double-sided sheet featuring Pittsburgh State University and its well-known split-face gorilla. One side of the sheet features our deferred maintenance, current, and future improvement projects, and the other side features the campus map taken from our campus master plan, on which we've identified the locations of the projects being discussed today. If you have that and you turn to the campus map, you'll note that the top is geographic north, and the buildings underlined in crimson at the bottom left key are also circled and highlighted in gold on the map. You know, all the projects that we'll be discussing are located on our approximately 400-acre contiguous campus, with the exception of Block 22, which is downtown, a few blocks north on Broadway. And if anyone would like to visit campus for the first time or return to see recent work, please let us know. We always enjoy sharing PSU's story. So we'll return to the other side of the sheet, where we'll begin with the deferred maintenance projects. In our deferred maintenance column, you'll see before and after images for each of the 6 projects. And well, many of our previous deferred maintenance projects focused on the building envelopes, not only to stabilize what we already have, but also to improve the function, efficiency, safety, and sustainability on our campus. Having a solid building envelope allows us to focus on its contents, including the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. And we feel that this approach leaves our campus in a better position to accommodate the remaining interior projects needed to modernize our academic facilities. Our first maintenance project is a mechanical one inside a century-old physical plant and the connected utility tunnels of varying ages. The physical plant was home to a central steam water heater serving 6 campus buildings. Issues with this tank, the steam bundle, and the water quality had prompted plans for evaluating a domestic hot water strategy and repair project. In fact, last year, I'd even shared that the project would certain to be one on this year's list. Well, a sudden failure not too long after last year's report left 5 buildings without hot water, 2 housed science labs, and a preschool. So the campus reprioritized the project with its on-call engineer to study alternatives to abating and replacing the existing tank, which happened to be housed in a substandard wooden addition to the physical plant. By spring of 2020, all buildings needing domestic hot water were being served by our new instantaneous steam heaters and a much smaller tank located in a mechanical basement space of a neighboring building. Since the system is located closer to the buildings it serves, we were able to minimize the overall runs of replacement water lines. In addition, the system is sized to provide future redundancy to 2 other neighboring buildings. This R&R or EBF project completed for $204,000, which was less than the initial costs projected at the time of the old system's failure. It also eliminated the previous need to filter water for a number of the labs in our science facility. Next project in the column has some potential to be 2021's emergency project. Our 1960s era Gibson dining hall, the one and only dining hall on campus, developed a sanitary sewer blockage during, of course, the first week of school. The emergency repair uncovered failures in the cast iron piping below the basement slab, adding a new project to our list. The campus engaged an on-call engineer to study line replacement and alternatives to cutting the existing slab, which happens to be covered in asbestos floor tile. Design work is now underway with the goal of bidding for a summer 2021 project. The mechanical projects are not the only ones improving campus efficiencies and experiences. The next two projects on the column are at our KTC, or Kansas Technology Center, our largest building on campus. So the KTC's concrete floors were still covered in the original VCT flooring material that was failing, dated, and relatively cumbersome to maintain and clean. A trial project to remove the VCT and polish existing first floor concrete went so well last spring that PSU was able to remove all the VCT from the first floor corridors and polish the original concrete during the spring COVID-19 campus closure. Scheduling and the pricing opportunities allowed us to tackle the second floor corridors where existing VCT could be left in place and covered by carpet tiles. The 5 interior stairs at the facility are receiving a new epoxy finish this week, leaving the public spaces in this 23-year-old facility with updated floors, improving the appearance and acoustic qualities of the spaces while reducing routine maintenance, all at a cost less than it would have been to replace the existing flooring with an equivalent flooring product. This R&R project should complete below $300,000. The KTC's HVAC efficiencies and performances are also being improved by an $865,000 R&R project to replace half of the original VAV boxes and controls. The major portion of the work started after Thanksgiving to take advantage of the online portion of the semester and is slated to complete the first week of February. Approximately $100,000 of repairs to the facility's cooling tower and pumps had been completed over the summer, again thanks to R&R funding. Controlling water has been a theme in 3 of the deferred maintenance projects discussed so far, and it's front and center in these last 2. The Overman Student Center operations budget funded a project to overlay a failing membrane roof rather than remove and replace it along with the entire roofing assembly. This non-invasive project was able to be completed immediately prior to the start of the fall semester for $11,000. And R&R work funded $18,000 of masonry and roof flashing repairs to Porter Hall, work that we were able to coordinate with insurance and other minor repairs at 2 auxiliary buildings on campus, thus saving the mobilization fees. We do remain grateful for all the state funding, and we feel that we've used it wisely in conjunction with the other funds available. We strive to be good stewards and to make great progress in addressing critical maintenance issues. Thanks to KBOR's recently completed deferred maintenance and space utilization studies, we have additional data to guide decisions, take advantage of opportunities to reduce campus footprint, and improve efficiencies. So we'll move now to the center column of building improvements. And some projects feature before and after photos, while others show renderings or images of a basic starting point and our aspiration, either realized or in progress. It's also important to note that all 6 of these projects address some critical deferred maintenance and or space utilization concerns at the same time. The first project, the top of the column, remains an excellent example of interior upgrades aimed at meeting the needs of students and faculty today and in the years to come. This 5th year of phased improvements at Axe Library builds on the previous successes to realize the facility's master plan. Phase 5 completed fire alarm upgrades, updated 2 sets of public restrooms on the first floor, in addition to adding a personal health room and single-user restrooms in the basement where there had been no restrooms. We are especially pleased how the project captured space from an inefficient corridor to create study and testing areas for the adjacent Student Success Center. This nearly $800,000 project is now serving students and the campus thanks to R&R funding. It is noteworthy that portions of the previous phases served as socially distanced classrooms during the fall semester. In fact, the ballrooms and meeting spaces of the adjacent Overman Student Center did as well. And this was all thanks to the flexibility that had been built into these spaces. We'll move down the column and arrive at block 22. In this public-private partnership, the university joins Pittsburgh city officials to redevelop 4 older buildings downtown into a living, learning community. As a quick reminder, construction efforts on the $18 million project began in the spring of 2017. The university's housed students on the upper floors since 2018. And as we shared last year, the ground floors of these buildings now serve PSU's entrepreneurial efforts, private small businesses, and 3 restaurants. Since last year, approximately $14,000 of private funding and a new partnership with Pisco allowed for the creation of the Idea Shop, where we've expanded the first floor Foundry's makerspace to feature both a digital studio and processing center. Additional power, lighting, equipment, and fixtures were incorporated into the facility over the past year, and in early November, PSU, the city, and the state celebrated the grand opening of the Idea Shop. It's already proving to be a resource to PSU students, the local community, and area K-12 schools. Private funding, partnerships, and grants have also allowed PSU to pursue the remaining projects featured in this column. We'll move on to the Carney Smith Stadium, where the Freeman Health System made it possible to replace the turf there, a project that comes with an installer maintenance agreement. Managed by a PSU graduate, this $500,000 privately funded project was able to take place toward the end of the summer when the pandemic prevented football practice. Since that time, the completed field has hosted a number of socially distanced events, including a marching band event and a home football game. We'll return to the KTC and share a project that was made possible as part of a $300,000 National Institute of Standards and Technology grant, an accomplishment by our Tyler Research Center. Approximately $25,000 of the grant went into upgrading an existing lab at the KTC to improve research and student recruitment efforts. The project included new ceilings, floor finishes, LED lighting, and removal of obsolete equipment. The final 2 projects in this column also exemplify what PSU's dedicated donors, administration, faculty, and staff are able to do in order to meet the needs of current and future students. PSU continues fundraising for the Kelsey College of Business renovation and expansion. Construction documents are being completed along with fundraising efforts to make this $18 million project a reality for one of the most heavily utilized buildings on campus. PSU is targeting some R&R funds to right-size and renovate classrooms, circulation, and restrooms in this 1950s high school building. The total project addresses the backlog of deferred maintenance issues at this facility, the larger of the 2 facilities receiving the lowest condition grade on KBOR's deferred maintenance study. 2 years ago, we shared that McPherson Hall's Irene Ransom Bradley School of Nursing had agreed to increase its enrollment. Last year, we shared about a $500,000 private strategic gift that refurbished the original lecture hall. We are now pleased to report that McPherson Hall is no longer on our list of future projects. It's no longer going to be in the 3rd column, thanks to private donors who have funded an architectural program going before KBOR this week. This privately funded $6 million project creates a simulation hospital which will enhance practical experiences and provide the opportunity for additional growth in the program. Total classroom count's not increasing, but classrooms are being right-sized to serve current and future needs with increased flexibility. Skills and specialized lab areas serving health simulation education are also being right-sized and added, while underutilized or outmoded spaces are being repurposed. We are proud that the project will significantly improve existing building conditions without the use of R&R funds. We'll conclude with the last column featuring 2 future project efforts and 2 contemplated projects as we continue evaluating the recently completed space utilization and deferred maintenance studies. A proposed expansion at the KTC features 2 components, one for the diesel and heavy equipment program and the other for the School of Construction. The diesel and heavy equipment project addresses the need for additional space for its growing enrollments as it transitions toward a school of transportation. The School of Construction space will allow this funded program continued growth and much needed space of its own. The estimated project cost is $15 million and would be a mix of private and other funding. I mentioned the Tyler Research Facility. Well, it's one that is slated for a $10 million expansion, also funded by a mix of private and other funding. So this building was completed in 2007, and and thanks in part to the facilities partnerships and grants, the building is ready for the expansion envisioned in its original plan. We'll move on to the Shirk Annex, and I'll share here that the KBOR study certainly validated our concerns about the facility. The data increases our resolve to relocate the remaining occupants and shutter the building to reduce maintenance and utility costs as we contemplate the building's future. And finally, infrastructure concerns extend far beyond the individual campus buildings, given the series of steam tunnels connecting and servicing them. Recent steam line failures and the tunnel conditions witnessed during the domestic water project prioritized a new study, one on how best to address the issues strategically and efficiently. I will conclude today by offering assurances that PSU will continue the work prioritized by the KBOR studies. We will engage a consultant to analyze the opportunities, define achievable responses, and build them into an updated facilities campus master plan. This plan will include intentional efforts to reduce campus footprint and capitalize on new efficiencies. In addition, I cannot stress enough the appreciation our president, administration, students, and well, our entire campus community have for the funding, feedback, and support we receive. Thank you for your efforts in helping Pittsburg State University educate and enrich our students, our region, and the state. And thank you again for your continued partnership and the opportunity to share the university's capital improvement projects. I'd be happy to attempt addressing any questions you may have in the remaining time.
Thank you, Lyndall. Are there any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to see that some things are still going on in Block 22. I was lucky enough to be on the tour
Yes.
that we took. So I'm interested in how that housing works for students during this pandemic versus some other kinds of housing. It seems having isolated areas that are kind of like a person's apartment may actually be helpful in providing housing during this time.
Absolutely. I know that the housing, the occupancies there remain the same during the pandemic, unlike the traditional housing in the residential hall system.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, Senator Francisco.
Now, I have another question, and this goes back to the first comment about the change in the central hot water system. Yes. It sounds a little bit like, a residential program where you have gas-fired instant water. When you talk about steam, you're creating the steam when you have the demand? Or is that, did I misunderstand?
No, the steam comes from our physical plant building. It had been a steam-fired system originally. What we did was install 2 instantaneous heaters that supply a smaller storage tank now. So the instantaneous heaters provide the domestic hot water and also provide the storage, the water that's stored in the tank, so that the buildings receive the hot water that they need on demand, or it's in storage. I didn't answer that very well, but it's a smaller tank and it's still steam powered. It's just located in a new location.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that was the word I was trying to think of, the on-demand water heating systems. But is this, it provides that steam quicker. Is it also more efficient?
It is more efficient because we are not heating as much water to store in the tank at one time. It's efficient because we're utilizing steam that we already generate. We have steam year-round on campus. So rather than install a series of gas-fired boilers, probably multiple gas-fired boilers in the various buildings, we were able to install one system to serve 6 buildings and possibly a couple of more in the future as for redundancy.
Thank you.
Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, we'll look for a motion to approve Pittsburgh State University's 5-year plan. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we approve the 5-year capital improvement plan for Pittsburgh State University.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
Representative Wsu, I'll second.
Representative Wsu seconds. Any further discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye.
Senator McGinn. Senator Skubal. Representative Alcala. Representative Rishu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
The chair also votes aye. Thank you. Next item we have is Fort Hays State University, and we have Dana Cunningham by Zoom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can everyone hear me?
I think so, yes.
Very good. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Dana Cunningham, Director, Facilities Planning at Fort Hays State University. This is my 24th year making the capital improvement presentation for the university. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to make this presentation. My prepared comments today will be brief, and I will be working from the single page 11 by 17 handout, which depicts projects recently completed, those underway, and those planned for the future. Each year, the campus undertakes several projects funded through the EBF Rehabilitation and Repair allocation. The following projects have been completed since our last meeting. This is not a comprehensive list, but rather a sampling of projects, which gives you some idea as to the type of projects we undertake each year. A list of projects to be undertaken with anticipated fiscal year 2022 funding is already completed. Projects completed would include Gross Coliseum metal roof replacement, Sheridan Hall exterior door electronic access lock hardware installation, exterior campus lighting improvements, phase 6 of 7, utility tunnel repairs at Lyman Drive and Dwight Drive, masonry cleaning and sealing of limestone at Sheridan Hall, Albertson Hall upper level roofing replacement, Martin Allen Hall HVAC improvements, Gustad Bridge guardrail repairs, Malloy Hall HVAC improvements at Felton Start Theater, and finally HVAC building controls upgrades across multiple academic buildings. Moving on to current capital projects, we have 3 projects in flight at this time, and those would be as follows. Memorial Union, the Fishley Wills Center for Student Success addition. This is an approximate 46,000 gross square foot addition to the existing structure. The total project cost is $15.25 million and is financed by private gifts and student fees. The addition will house various student affairs operations. This project commenced last February with a scheduled completion date of June 2021. Number 2, the Rarick Hall renovation. The primary objective of this renovation is to repurpose approximately 23,000 net assignable square feet of space previously occupied by the Art and Design Department. The Art and Design Department occupied their new facility in July of 2019. The renovated space will provide office space for several academic departments, allow for the needed expansion of Tiger Tots preschool, and relocate classrooms from 2nd and 3rd floors to 1st floor. Additional reorganization of spaces in second and third floors is also a part of this project. This is not a complete building renovation, as actual renovation only impacts approximately 50% of the total building square footage. Project cost is $10.1 million and is funded by a combination of university funds and rehabilitation and repair funds. This project commenced in September and is scheduled for completion in December of 2021. Number 3, the Acres Energy Center peak shaving generator replacements. This project provides for the replacement of 2 925 kilowatt prime rated diesel generators. These generators are a part of a 3-generator lineup of peak shaving generators, which are a key component to our energy delivery system. As these units begin to reach end of life, the university is being proactive to replace them before a critical failure occurs. The 2 older generators will be replaced with units of similar capacity, which will include updated equipped related to air quality compliance. The total project is $2.5 million and is funded through rehabilitation repair allocations. Design is to commence this month with installation to occur through the energy shoulder seasons of late 21 and early 22. And this is actually a revision to the FY21 capital list as a late developing project and was approved by the Board of Regents in December of 2019. At present, we have 3 capital projects on the horizon. In January, we will commence with a new master planning effort for Fort Hays State University. We anticipate the results of that effort to provide us with guidance related to the new capital projects for the next 5 to 10 year time frame. Our current future projects include the following. Number 1, Forsyth Library renovation. The project provides for a complete renovation of the existing 105,000 gross square foot 3-level facility. The library has not previously experienced a comprehensive renovation in its 53-year life. The goal of this project is to transform the library into 21st century university library and learning commons. The project cost was initially estimated at $16.5 million. Due to financial implications of COVID-19, the project was pushed back 1 year. The revised budget will most likely be raised to $17 million. This project will be funded with a combination of university funds and rehabilitation and repair funds. Programming is expected to begin the summer of 21, with construction work completing by end of December of 2024. Number 2 is the Gross Coliseum parking lot replacement. And very simply, this project provides for the removal of existing asphalt pavement and replacing with concrete paving. The current project estimate is $4.275 million. It's presently planned to be funded from university funds. Programming for this project is planned to commence in early 24, with construction concluding in late 2025. And finally, number 3, a football facility. The athletic department desires to construct a new 20,000 gross square foot football facility to be located at Lewis Field Stadium. The latest concept holds for an addition to the existing Schmidt-Bickel indoor training facility. This addition would house locker rooms, meeting rooms, training rooms, offices, and equipment storage. This project is to be funded with private gifts. The progress of this project will be determined by fundraising efforts. That would conclude my prepared statements, and I would stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions? Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to approve the 5-year plan for Fort Hays State University.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Marty Long would like to approve that 5-year plan.
Thank you, Marty. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Senator Tom Hawk seconds.
Senator McGinn got it, Tom. Sorry.
Bingo.
Any other discussion? Have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye.
Senator McGinn. Senator Skubal. Representative Alcala. Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you.
Next item we have is the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, Scott Bruner, by Zoom. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay? Is the
Yes.
volume high enough? Okay, great. I've just got a one-page piece of testimony that we put together based on the 5-year plan that I'll review and then take your questions. Thanks for the invitation today. Our 5-year capital improvement plan is at your disposal. We can talk more about that. My name's Scott Bruner. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Hospitals and Facilities at KDADS, and we oversee the 4 state hospitals at the Kansas Neurological Institute here in Topeka, Parsons State Hospital and Training Center, Osawatomie State Hospital, and Larned State Hospital. 4 state hospitals house and treat about 1,100 Kansans daily, many of whom are our most disabled and vulnerable citizens. The 4 campuses include nearly 200 buildings containing approximately 2 million gross square feet of floor area. Many of the buildings and equipment are 50 years old or older, and after years of daily use, the buildings deteriorate, equipment wears out and must be replaced. And those are all things that you've heard before from us and other agencies as well, I'm sure. For fiscal year 2021, in the current year, KDADS received $3.2 million for rehab and repair projects to help address a portion of our current backlog of maintenance and repair items across the 4 state hospitals. And within the plan, there's a description of what those projects are by campus. The 2020 legislature authorized last year $5.3 million in the KDADS budget from the State Institutions Building Fund to renovate the Biddle building at Osawatomie State Hospital. This project will expand certified bed capacity at OSH to provide additional treatment space and a separate admission area for new patients. The proposed renovations will increase the number of certified beds from 60 to 72, with the ability to maintain a higher occupancy in the new space with greater flexibility for single occupancy patient rooms. The important part of the certification there means that we can draw Medicare and Medicaid funding for those patients, which has the favorable federal match. The additional space should allow OSH and KDADS to lift the moratorium on voluntary admissions that's in place on the campus right now. For fiscal year 2022, the plan has $7.6 million in maintenance and repair projects identified across the campuses. The items that we listed as the highest priority or under the S1 category are $3.2 million of the most urgent projects. They include repair and replacement of heating and ventilation systems, automation systems for fire alarms and security doors that have aged and some have been repaired and need to be replaced. Utility tunnel projects to maintain facilities in a safe and operational condition. We've got a secondary list or second priority list of projects that total about $4.4 million that are similar in scope, but also across all 4 campuses. The other item that's in the fiscal year 2022 request is an additional $1.8 million to raise 7 abandoned buildings at Osawatomie State Hospital that have been identified as safety hazards. Those 7 buildings are the DeJong Building, West Pavilion, Nurses Cottage, West Cottage, Rush Building, York School, and the Carmichael Pavilion. Most of those buildings have been abandoned for many years and are susceptible to collapse and arson. Broken windows and falling support structures inside the buildings can cause injury for people that would need to enter them just to do basic maintenance. All the buildings contain materials such as asbestos installations, floor and ceiling tiles, and lead-based paint. There are biological hazards such as mold and animal feces in all those abandoned structures. They're also still attached to our existing systems, like the sanitary sewer that rats and other vermin could use to access from one building to the next. So at this point, we think the best path is to raise those buildings, get them safe. Well, they wouldn't be safe, but raise the safety level on the campus and then evaluate the use of the property going forward. All of those buildings are ones that we have evaluated over different points in time to see if they could be used for patient rooms or other uses, and the current status of the buildings to repair them or maintain them or bring them up to a usable standard would far exceed the projected cost. So we've requested some additional SIBF funding to start that raising project for those buildings on that campus. The 5-year capital improvement plan for the other years reflects the capital improvement needs for our 4 hospitals as part of our long-term planning process for projects going forward, and happy to talk more about other projects or a particular campus as you have questions. That's my prepared testimony, Mr. Chairman. If there are other questions, I'm happy to answer it. And I've got John Golightly, our facilities manager, listening as well, and he can email me answers if there's a question that I can't answer, or we can certainly follow up in writing shortly.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any questions for Scott? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking on the budget plan and see that the raising program is very significant in 2022, or that's the proposal. And then there's 2 smaller items for raising in 2023 and 2025.
I believe, and I'll look forward on my list, I believe those are raising projects at other campuses, not at Osawatomie. One is at Larned in the future years, 2025, and I can keep scrolling through the list. My suspicion is that those are on other campuses other than Osawatomie.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions for Scott? Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Representative Wsu, I'll second.
Thank you, Representative Wsu. Any further discussion? I have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye.
Senator McGinn. Senator Skubal. Representative Akala. Representative Rishu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
The chair also votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the next one we have is the Department for Children and Families. Brent Whitten, Deputy Director of Operations on Zoom. Welcome, Brent.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, I'll go ahead and get started then. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony regarding the agency's 5-year plan, improvement plan, as it pertains to the Kansas Department for Children and Families. The Topeka Service Center is located inside the Myriad Building at 500 Southwest Buchanan in Topeka. Southwest Van Buren in Topeka. The location serves as one of the 11 service centers in the East region and houses approximately 250 employees, including our community partners. Since June 3rd, the service center has had over 10,000 visitors accessing all DCF programs, including economic services, food assistance, foster care, adult and child protective services, and many others. The building itself was constructed in 1999 to 2000 and was opened to the public in October of 2000. The Myriad Building is now owned by the Kansas Department of Administration, purchased from the Topeka Building Commission in September 2020, with complete ownership in 2030. In coordination with the Department of Administration, DCF is currently responsible for capital improvements for this building. The lease agreement requires DCF to set aside 75 cents per square foot, or $725,000 annually, into a state fund to provide capital improvements as needed. The fund currently has a balance of about $800,000 to date. The Department of Administration is currently partnering with DCF to develop a plan for capital improvements that ensure the building is well maintained in the future years. Some of the items included in the 5-year plan are as follows. FY 2021, boiler replacement. FY 2022, flooring and lighting upgrades. FY 2023, parking floor maintenance. And FY 2024, parking garage and roof maintenance, lobby remodel, and finally in FY 2025, break room remodels. Thank you for this opportunity to present the testimony before this committee, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Brent. Do we have any questions for Brent? Anyone on Zoom have any questions? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we approve the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Department for Children and Families.
Senator Hawk, second.
Thank you, Senator Hawk. Any further discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Aye.
Senator McGinn. Senator Skubal. Representative Alcala. Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
The chair also votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Brent. Committee, last meeting, we heard the 5-year plan for commerce, and we failed to vote on that one. We just missed it. If someone would like to make a motion to approve the commerce 5-year plan that we heard at the last meeting. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Department of Commerce that was heard previously.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Representative Wsu, I'll second.
Representative Wsu seconds. Thank you. Any further questions or discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Clays. Senator Francisco.
Aye.
Senator Hawk.
Yeah, just saying. Aye. I'm in a meeting. I just voted. It's on Zoom.
Senator Skubal. Representative Alcala. Representative Wsu.
Aye.
Representative Hauser. Representative Long.
Aye.
Chair also votes aye. With that, I think we've completed our work for today. Yes, okay. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.